Hello, World Singers. My name is Brooke.
And I'm Tyler.
And this is
Cosmere
Cosmere Conversations.
Oh, my friends from all around, we have the privilege, the honor, and the pleasure of being joined today by Monika Finn and Brandon Finn from Paladin Creative. I want to give your titles because it's so important that people know that Brandon Finn is the Chief Executive Officer and Creative Director of Paladin Creative, and Monika Finn is the Chief Operating Officer, and you know them because these are the people that make the Worldhopper Ball happen, both in 2024 and 2025. Brandon and Monika, thank you so much for joining us again here on Cosmere Conversations.
Yay! We're so happy to be here.
We're back.
We're back, baby.
Back, baby.
We're so excited to have both of you back on the podcast to talk about another incredible year of the Worldhopper Ball. This was year 2, and I feel like we really hit a great groove this year. You had a new space. We did Mistborn. It was a great time overall. But before we fully jump in, usually we ask our guests what Knights Radiant order they are, but we've already asked you that. And also we want to be on theme. So instead, we're going to ask you what misting or fairing you would be, and if you want to be a twinborn, you can be a twinborn.
First of all, guys, it is so good to be back here in the recording room with you. I mean, wow, what an honor. So good to see you guys again. So great. So I obviously we have to do twinborn. Like, come on, let's be real. First off, would go coppermind. I don't remember what the fairing is called, archivist or something like that. Mm-hmm. I have a hard time with. If I could remember everything and recall things, my life would just be so much easier. My goodness.
That's totally fair.
So I would go, archivist fairing, and honestly, I got to go coin shot. I want to be able to fly. I want to be able to move things and push on. It just seems like so much fun. So we'll go physical for the misting and mental for the fairing.
I like it. A strong combo.
A classic too. Like both of those powers are solid, classic Mistborn powers.
Monika, what about you?
Wanted to also say, you guys, thank you so much for having us on. Like I had said to you guys before, I've been looking forward to this for months now, just to like recap with you guys. It's like, it was so much fun last year. Thank you for having us. Anyways, to your question, for the fairing, I have to agree with Brandon. I would also want to go archivist. Like, I mean, something about storing memories just seems so precious to the human experience. I also speak multiple languages, so if I could add even more, that would be awesome, because I feel like that would help with that. We have, the misting cards that we handed out at the Worldhopper Ball. I know we're going to talk about them later, but Brand and I would play around with them, and every time I would choose a card, I would always get Mistborn.
No big deal.
But to be fair, if like to choose one, I think my mind, when I saw this question, I thought of Soother. I think that would be nice to make everybody de-escalate situations, especially, I think that just would be like really nice in the everyday,
could be
workplace.
Very well,
super helpful for
in
your
event
role.
planning. Just be like, everyone calm down, everyone relax.
Yes,
it's gonna be okay.
Exactly.
And maybe we'll get into that, some of like how your soothing abilities came through for the Worldhopper Ball. Now, we did not prepare for this question, but do you have some misting or fairing powers that you like?
Well, this question actually was recently going around the social medias, so I recently answered it for the interwebs. So I have actually thought about it recently, and I chose, I'm not going to remember the metal names because I'm just really bad at Mistborn magic system. I can never remember what does what, no matter how many times I've read the books. I'm
a lot of
going on.
But I chose to be a misting in the metal that lets you seek investiture.
Okay, got you.
I think it's bronze.
Seeker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then a fairing in the metal that lets you store investiture.
Oh, Nicrosil?
Mm.
Is that
Yeah, I
maybe?
think it is Nicrosil.
Okay. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I feel like that
I
would be
like
really
that
helpful
combo.
in my alter ego as
Uh-huh.
a world hopper
Got you.
going
Mhm.
around the Cosmere.
Yeah, certainly would be beneficial if you can. I think Nicrosil is untapped, unknown about how powerful it
It
is.
seems really powerful.
Exactly.
I mean, the fact that it was introduced in Era 2 as
Yeah.
opposed to Era 1 means it's like the secret level
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Leveling up for sure.
What about you?
Oh, I don't know. I love Wax's combination of things. I think he's called a crusher, his
Mhm.
combo. But I have often joked that I run very hot, like when I'm sleeping or whatever. I'm always hot and warm. So it'd be cool if I could be the one that allowed you to store your body heat and then, tap into it because I feel like I could just get by. Like, how
You could
Wax
constantly be depositing.
Exactly. So like Wax drops like to
Mhm.
75% and then 60% of his weight as he gets older. I could basically be operating 100% of the time at like 80% my body heat, and I
Yeah.
feel like I would still be okay because I'm always
That's-
warm.
Mm.
Brass. I just
yes.
looked it up. I couldn't pull that one from memory. It has a really cool name, by the way. It's called a Fire Soul.
Exactly.
Ooh,
Yes.
that is a cool name.
Fire Soul seems like it would really help and like lean into my natural abilities. And then misting, I think there's a lot of cool ones, but just for fun and diversity, I'm gonna say Rioter and kind of go
Mm.
the opposite of Monika, though
Yeah.
not always the opposite. It can be
Yeah.
used in
Yeah.
interesting ways
Yeah.
Mhm.
as
I mean, to
Breeze.
get the party started.
Got
you know?
to. And let's do that. Let's get the party started because Rust and Ruin, you guys threw an incredible party at Dragonsteel Nexus 2025. We want to basically discuss today in comparison to our conversation last year, which was so much about like, how did this happen? What was it like starting? What was the planning process? In our conversation today, I'd love to get more about like demystifying what it takes to put on one of these events and really just diving into the experience that you had, the experience that the cast and the crew had, and then allow that to inform the experience that the audience had and like everyone who was able to go. So on that note, could you maybe talk a little bit about how your process began? I believe relatively early, you guys knew that you were going to be in a different physical space in the Grand Ballroom of the Salt Palace. And so walk me through that change from one venue to the other. And like, how did that change your approach to the Worldhopper Ball?
Yeah, for sure. Something kept popping in my mind just when you were talking. The way that it felt when we finished the wedding, the World Harbor Ball 2024, when that was finally over and we, big success and everything. And then, Dragonsteel made it clear they wanted to do another one. It felt like in Lord of the Rings, I think it's Theoden, could be Gandalf, says like the Battle of Helm's Deep is over and now the battle for Middle Earth is about to begin or something like that. That's how it was like, okay, this the warm up is over and now it's the real deal. So it was pretty early on that they let us know that they were going to be in the Grand Ballroom. Again, with the Salt Palace, a lot of where they are positioned depends on previous experience and like what they've been able to accomplish the year before or years prior.
Well, also Nexus was moved to a different part.
Yeah, and we talked about that in our Nexus recap. The like whole side of the Salt Palace we kind of switched over, and so the Grand Ballroom is on that side of the venue.
Exactly.
Correct. Yeah. But like for us, the biggest thing was just having a space that could accommodate people a bit better. I know that was something that we definitely noticed and we heard back that it felt a little tight in conference room 355. And like, let's be honest, an event called the Worldhopper Ball shouldn't be held in conference room 355. But we did have to prove, that we knew what we were doing and that, we had a clear vision and direction for the event. So once we did that, once we started talking about what we wanted to do for 2025 I want to really say late January, early February, Dragonsteel they already let us know, hey, we're going to be in the Grand Ballroom this year. We already put it on hold, and that's where we want to do the ball. Getting information like that is immediately really, really great, and also really, really scary.
Yeah, I was
Because
just gonna ask if that
yeah,
was like kind of terrifying because it's a
well,
much
yeah.
bigger space, right?
It is so much bigger. I believe it's
Yeah.
more than double the square footage. I believe the total size of the Grand Ballroom was close to 50,000 square feet, and the ceiling height of room 355 was 18 feet. The ceiling height of the Grand Ballroom is 31 feet, I want to say.
Wow. Yeah.
So again, almost double the height, almost double the entire space size.
Mhm.
And it's like, okay, amazing. That means that we can do rigged lighting. It means that we don't have to have down legs of truss set up,
Yeah.
all over the room that impedes people's vision and everything like that. It means we can build a sizable stage, something that's actually raised to a reasonable position. But that also means we have to fill that entire
Right.
space
Yeah.
Yeah.
with stuff, and stuff costs money.
Yeah.
And it requires quantity has a quality all its own. You always need more than you think you're going to need. If it's like, oh, the room size increased by double, that means we order double the amount. You don't. You order like quadruple the amount. There's a compounding size
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
of
an
things.
exponential like graph rather
Exactly.
than
Yeah. And especially when the ceiling is now that high, you have to account for, well, you don't want to feel like this room is eating you up and like swallowing you whole. You want it to feel like a grand entrance, like,
That is
so then
kind
you
of
have to think
perfect
about that.
for the setting too, though, with it being Mistborn this year and set in one of these grand keeps. It's honestly so perfect that we did have those high ceilings. It like I feel like really leaned into the theme.
Right.
Yeah.
We also like, I mean, there's ways around that too. It's like, of course, when you walk into the Grand Ballroom, I remember the first time we actually saw the Grand Ballroom like in its full size, because we did do several site visits where we came to Salt Lake City. We do little day trips, fly out from LA at like 7 a.m., arrive back home at like 10 p.m., something like that. And each time we would come, like, because it's a convention center, it's constantly in use. They had like different sections of it cordoned off. And then like when we came for the actual event, it was like the whole space was wide open. We were like, oh boy, this is enormous. But we used the entire room. And so the back, like I want to say quarter was for the green rooms for us.
I think it was the back fifth.
But we had a like little like section in the back that was behind the main like stage. That was our green room and kind of prop master, space. And then we also brought the walls in from the sides, like to make the footprint a little bit smaller. So it gave all of our actors as well as like staff and crew room to run around behind, if you had to run around to a different part of the stage, or if you're bringing food somewhere. We had plenty of room back there. Also, great space to hide a bunch of wires and cables.
Oh, yeah. And it was significant, too. Last year, I think we were 12 feet off of the walls. And again, that was for foot traffic, for production, for food and beverage, of course, getting everything in and out quickly without guests seeing you. That keeps the immersion and the magic alive. I think we were about 28 feet off the wall in the Grand Ballroom. It was, again, just so big.
Did that make it easier in some ways?
I mean, absolutely. We had a much bigger canvas to work with. Again, we were really able to think in 3 dimensions. I guess I should really say like laterally, because we live in 3 dimensions, obviously. But we
we
were really
in 3D.
We do live in 3D. We were really able to think about what is hanging from the ceiling. Like last year, we had those Moroccan chandeliers that were kind of sparsely put throughout the area. And this year we were able to have, I think they were 32 bulb. They might've been 64 bulb chandeliers, but they were like 6 feet wide, and we had those all over the place. So it gave us, again, it's when you hear, okay, you're working in the Grand Ballroom, it's like there are these pros and cons. And one of those pros is you have so much that you can do now. And then it's, well, what is it?
Yeah.
Now, for the audience, especially because I want to be like upfront with a couple of things. The first is that the Worldhopper Ball is a separate event from Dragonsteel Nexus. There's 10, maybe 11,000 people in total who went to Nexus. The number of people that went to the Worldhopper Ball different showings was probably closer to 3,000, 3,100. Does that sound right, Brandon?
Yeah, that
Okay.
sounds right altogether.
So it's a smaller event. Not everybody who went to Nexus, and then certainly not everyone who's listening to this podcast, be it immediately or in the future, had any experience whatsoever. So for the rest of our conversation, I want to just kind of start with describing the physical space a little bit. I think that would be helpful as we're talking about this. We're 28 feet off the side of the Grand Ballroom, and as we're going through things, I think it will just be good up front to kind of describe what it is like walking in from the guest perspective, and then you guys can fill in, and then the audience will have an understanding. So for us, Brooke and I, we went on Thursday night. We paid tickets, bought things normally through Dragonsteel whenever they went up for sale in September, and we arrive outside of the Grand Ballroom in kind of the main hallway where Nexus is taking place. And there is an entry space. There's actually kind of two entry spaces that we'll talk about, but there's one that's just like a simple hallway, velvet or some type of sheets, curtains on either side that you walk down. There's a moment when we're ushered in by Kelsier and Hoid. Talk about that a little bit. And then you go to the left and kind of make your way through what last year was a perpendicularity and what this year was modeled off the pits of Hathsin. And you then emerge into the Grand Ballroom. It's a jaw-dropping experience when we walk in, but for someone who's entering, there are ushers, or there might be a better name, but there's some people who are handing out, the squires who are handing out the cards.
Venture footmen.
Exactly. On the far right and left of the ballroom, there are the food and drink and beverage stations. I think there were 6 total, but they exist on the right and left. And then walking straight through, there is the dance floor, which has a very cool Mistborn insignia in the center. I expect we'll talk about some of those design choices. And then further, kind of like the furthest thing that you see straight on is the main stage. There's some stairs that go up, some stained glass windows, which are actually like LED walls, not actual stained glass. And in the back right and left corner, there were Steel Inquisitor stations, or what were those, like 2 stations?
Steel Ministry, yeah.
The Ministry.
Steel Ministry
Yeah.
registry stations.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And so that's just kind of the physical space described for anybody who was unable to attend. And now when we're talking about that for the rest of the episode, I hope that you can at least mentally map your way around everything.
I'm going to quickly add just a few other small things.
Yeah.
If you are, let's say you walk forward through the Pits of Hathsin tunnel, you go to the dance floor. If you were to turn around, you would see the food and beverage stations. There were 8, 4 on each side, and you would see 8 10-foot tall stained glass windows hanging suspended in the air above those stations. And if you kept turning all the way 180 and look behind you, you would see what we call the Venture book nooks. On either side, which became kind of like these lounge areas that were more modeled after like Strath Venture's study. And then above you, if you looked up a little bit, built above the tunnel is Elend's balcony, where we had a few scenes too.
Yes, perfect. Thank you for that extra description, because that's a huge part of what we'll talk about is the scenes with Elend, and kind of like how the 3D space was kind of, you were able to use it in the performance. And so thank you for walking us through kind of like the physical description of the environment.
Now that we have this image of this beautiful space that you all created for us to experience, I would love to just know, like, what was the hardest part about producing the event this year? And maybe also what was the most rewarding part about the event? And each one of you can have your own answer. You're different people. But let's start with Brandon.
The hardest part was making sure we live up to the expectations of the fans. We felt, again, like last year was the Battle for Helm's Deep, and this is the Battle for Middle Earth, as I said. And that was the hardest thing is that you don't know, right? Like, this isn't something that we can test and like crowd kind of what do you call it, like crowd review.
Mhm.
Like the event happens when the event happens, and that's when you find out if if your instinct was good or not. I wanted to make sure that we really met the any of the issues that we had last year, and I just wanted to make sure it lived up to expectation more than anything else in the world. Doing this again, now people understood what it was going to be. I wanted to make sure that they could still believe in it, and that we took it to that next level, and it would exceed those expectations. So that was the hardest part for me throughout the whole thing, was making sure that we had that. The most rewarding part was that those expectations did seem to be met and exceeded. The most rewarding part was always watching people walk in. And if you're in events, you have to have that gratification. You have to see that stuff live. You have to watch people put their hands over their mouths. You have to watch people burst into tears at the ending. That is what makes doing this job worth it, you know. But hearing what people had to say, it was really incredible. Like, and again, there's people that I know had certain issues with it last time, with especially with like the viewing, they couldn't see things, and like that sucks. We don't want
Yeah.
that for anyone, you know. And to hear those same people be like, I am shook, like blown away. You guys have me hooked, convinced, like this is something I will do every year. And making like getting those reviews and approvals from people who, you know, didn't experience what we wanted them to experience last year was incredibly rewarding.
How about you, Monika?
I'm going to be kind of unoriginal and say that I agree with both of Brandon's answers, that the hardest was living up to expectations and the most rewarding was seeing how excited people were and how rewarding it was for them. If I could expand on that a little bit more, though, I think what's hard about living up to expectations too is like, you know, you kind of doubt yourself going into it, and like, and the clock is ticking and it's a live event, and like, you know, there's no time to say like, okay, we have to stop and reset. It's like you keep going the way it goes, and like, and even load in, like there's a ticking clock to get it all,
yeah, there is.
to get it all set up. I think that is like, I mean, it's just it's also so tough to have all of these different elements all together. It's like you're working on this throughout like the calendar year. Like Brandon said, we started on this in like February, really started on this in March. I want to say like started working on this in earnest, and you're working on these like different elements, and it's like, okay, here's design, here's fabrication, we're talking about food, like, you know, there's like weekly meetings about different things, and then you get there and it's like, it's all of those things, but they're happening all at once. So it's like, you don't have select time for every little thing. It's like everything needs to happen at the same time. Everyone's asking you questions. You're running to go do something. Meanwhile, someone, you know, catches up with you and says, actually, you need to go and do this. And then you get a walkie about something else. And it's just like balancing those things is so difficult. But like, yeah, the rewarding thing is that at the end is like, you get to see like who you made this for. It's just like, oh my God, I'm like getting emotional thinking about it. It's just like, because you get like, I think I said this last year on the podcast as well, you get so jaded, you know, working on this, not so jaded, but like, you know, you get so
It's
into
work.
the work.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
work.
Work.
It's a lot of
work.
work.
It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of like, also like, I mean, you know, you read my title, I'm COO. Like a lot of my stuff is like busy work and paperwork, and it's like stuff that you don't see. It's just organizational stuff. But like, I got to do some other cool things though too. So
We'll talk about
that
those.
later.
Yeah.
But the rewarding thing really, again, is just like seeing that, like, that the people that you made this for have, like Brandon said, just have these like, you know, jaws dropped, and they're dancing. It's just like, you know, we like with the dance instruction, like everybody got up and like all danced together. The fact that everyone was so moved by the ending, the fact that like everybody like was so excited to have a DJ session again at the end. It was really rewarding to have also like the Sanderson family there. They came Friday night and the show went really well, and they all got dressed up so wonderfully, and they were all so excited. And it's just like I don't want to speak for Brandon Sanderson's experience, but like, I mean, it looked like they were having a really good time. And like to be able to give something like that back to not only the fans, but the creator as well is just such a gift in this line of work. I mean, yeah, it's just, it makes it all like really worth it.
Yeah, of course. Because as you're saying, like this for you is a different experience. Like we've talked about Nexus before. It's this big fun event for us. We see our friends. We're on a couple of panels this year. And then we talk to you and like you report, they're like, we have not left this room for the last 48 hours.
No idea what time it is.
Yeah,
Time
exactly.
is an ephemeral thing. Like it is. What time is it? The ballroom lights. That's what time it is.
Yeah. And so like everything is kind of operating on that clock of when does the performance start? What do we need to get done until then? Monika, you mentioned, your role as the chief operating officer. Take me through some of the processes that were because you did it once before, because you had some experience, because you knew certain things about the Salt Palace or the vendors or whatever it was. In what way was the production element a little bit smoother? And in what way was it entirely fresh and like entirely new for you as Paladin Creative, the company?
Yeah, I think that like Brandon kind of foreshadowed this in a way. It's just like because it's a brand new space, it's like everything isn't just doubled, it's quadrupled. And like that's true for everything. And I mean, like we had a lot of like folks back too, which was great to be able to like have that like language and understanding and have someone who's like a veteran, if that's fair to say after 1 year.
They have institutional knowledge, things that you don't have to communicate. They know the rules with SPCC already. They know how to get in. It doesn't have to be like, oh, this person run out and go get them. Oh, did they find the parking? Oh, they didn't look at the map. Like,
yeah.
Back to you.
The institutional knowledge is just so big too. Also just having like the closer relationship with the folks at Dragonsteel too. Like there's just more camaraderie and trust there. Not that there wasn't last year, but it's just like as time goes on, you get to know people better and they get to know you and your work a little bit better. It felt like a very new experience. I don't know. I mean, it's just like in a way, it's like, it's the Worldhopper Ball but because it was Mistborn, because it wasn't a new room, because like a lot of the cast was brand new, because like a lot of the ways that we did things was new, it felt like a different event. I mean, you have to approach each event. Like we never at Paladin Creative, we never want to get complacent in our work. We never want to just like phone it in. You know what I mean? Like I would never want to get to the point where we're doing, hopefully maybe like Worldhopper Ball 7, let's just say. And, and we're just like, whatever, call up this
like
person. Yeah. And just phone it in. Like, I mean, the whole, like we really want to make sure that we give it its due diligence while also making sure things can scale, that like these things are sustainable in some way, these processes. I mean, there's definitely ways in which we could have been like, I would say internally, a little bit more organized. For example, that's not anyone's fault. It's just like, it's such a big event. There are so many things. I cannot tell you how many pieces of furniture there were, how many pieces of decor, how many just like batteries there were. There's hundreds and hundreds of batteries.
Sorry, I just got a flashback to the batteries. Like getting them through LAX was interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I have two things that I think actually are appropriate for this as well. In terms of like what was the same and different, and like kind of it was the same, but it wasn't, but it was different. The wedding last year, due to many things, including the size of the space and just the freshness of the concept, the event felt very intimate.
Yeah.
Right. Really intimate. Like you were part of their family. Like it was very close together. This year we knew that we were in a gigantic space and there were more people and it was going to be so much harder to make it feel intimate. And a concern I had was how can we keep that feeling there without losing the thread and having it feel just like a play that you're watching. And because you don't want the guest to get swallowed up in this grand scale of things. And so that was something that I really was trying to balance of this was how it was last year. How are we going to do it this year? But how are we going to maintain this, intimate feeling? And then the other thing was we were given the same constraints in terms of timing. I think that's a really important one is last year we had the same amount of time to load in the event and to rehearse and
but
to
the space
dress
was
everyone.
So much bigger.
But the space was much bigger. We had
a
cast. We had I think we almost had a triple size cast. Like all of the things, everything was so much bigger, so much more quantity, so many more people. And we had the same amount of time to load in, rehearse, perform and load out. And so that was something that, you know, like going into next year, we're going to request some more
time.
loading.
Yeah, that
Just
completely
this,
makes sense.
the scale just, it doesn't matter how many people you have working on it. It's just not physically, you're just limited by
Yeah.
time. You just will, you know. So.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I think also like it just like it felt like a brand new event in a way. It's just like it doesn't matter if it's like part of the same quote unquote brand, let's just say, because it's the Worldhopper Ball brand, right? It's a brand new kind of thing. It's a brand new beast. I mean, you never know. It's like with any event, it's just like there's things that happen all the time that you can't account for. I mean, Brandon has so many years of experience, like 16, 17 years of experience at this point. And still, I know that there's new things that you discover all the time.
Always.
And yeah, every event is its own. And so in a way, like I would say it felt more like there was like an echo of last year's event there. But like, because again, it was so much, it was just like, you know, you're coming out of like this like little space and like suddenly it's like you're in this cathedral. Like, how is that the same, you know?
Yeah. And the material, like the source material was different, obviously. I think in kind of a significant way in that when you were doing the Stormlight Archive, you know, that story is still very open-ended. And the story for the Worldhopper Ball itself was a wholly new story that hadn't been seen on the page before, you know, that was like written exclusively for the Worldhopper Ball, etc. Obviously this year, working with Mistborn Era 1, like that story is over. You know, it's ended, it's concluded. We're not even in that world anymore. And you ended up using the actual source material, changed slightly. Obviously, you had, a take on the story. But ultimately it wasn't like written, a new scene sort of written for this event. Do you want to talk a little bit about like what that was like, how maybe it was easier in some ways, maybe it was harder in some ways? Like, how did you decide on what part of the existing story was going to be the thing that came into this event? Brandon, you want to start with this one?
Sure. I love this question. This can go far back because when we first started, we were fully pursuing the idea of doing another experiential novella with an original story. The problem became one of more than anything logistics. When are these characters all alive together at the same time?
Yeah.
That was the biggest problem, was for guests to get what they, you know, not get what they want, but like to give guests the experience that is needed for a Mistborn Era 1 event. You need to have Kelsier, you need to have Vin, Elend. Like there's all these characters that Sazed, of course, but just, you know, Vin and Elend aren't together at any point when Kelsier is alive. And so we started looking at, oh, maybe we could do a prequel, and we do an idea of ours that almost actually became the thing. We had full mock-ups of designs around a Marewell stained glass, a Marewell flower stained glass. It was going to be a meet cute between what do we call it? How I Met Your Mayor.
Yeah.
It was how Kelsier
that would have been
working.
That would have been the internal
working
title. Yeah.
That's how we pitched it. And it was basically that Mayor's group, because Kelsier says that he met Sazed through Mayor, or Mayor through Sazed, but they were in their own group. And so the whole thing was that Kelsier's crew and Mayor's crew were both hired for the same job. And
nice.
They basically meet at Elend's debutante, and they're like, "What are you doing here? This is our, you know." And then there's a whole, they have to escape, and they meet on the dance floor, and Mayor's like, "You're a better dancer than I thought," and Kelsier's like, whatever. So we started trying to look at that. We looked at, should we do something about like Harmontide or Survivor's Day, like a year later after the world is reborn? Is it the first, like, quote unquote, like not Christmas, but like the first winter celebration anniversary of the Cassandra? And all of these ideas, like I have a bunch written down here too. I was like, I was looking at them earlier today. I was like, I forgot about all the coronation of the Lord Mistborn. That's right, the High Imperial Ball. There were so many things.
Yeah.
But these were all things that were either before the events of Mistborn Era 1 or after the events of Mistborn Era 1. And
yeah, I mean, they kind of have to be, just with again, given the source material.
Right. So eventually it just became really clear that we had to work within Era 1, and to tell the story we wanted to tell, it needed to be from the books, and the way that we found how we found our way around telling this story was giving it the framing device of Kelsier and Hoid in the spiritual realm.
Which I also to say, like, I mean, speaking of characters that everybody would want to show up, obviously there's book characters that you want to show up, like Brandon mentioned. You want Vin, you want Elend, you want Sazed, you want Kelsier for sure, all of those. But then there's also Worldhopper Ball characters that you want to show up. Like, I know a lot of people loved Hoid last year, and it's just like, okay, like, would love to bring back Hoid. What a fan favorite in a lot of ways. Like, is there a way that we can incorporate him? And he became like an excellent foil for Kelsier. So it's not just if you want to tell the story of like how that framing device came to be, but like, you know, Kelsier is not just guiding you through the story through the cognitive realm. It's like him and Hoid have like this banter, comedic relief.
The dynamic was really fun, and it got more fun like every night.
Right. And the dynamic, I understand why you propped me for that. The dynamic in particular, you know,
I love this comparison so much.
I use a lot of analogies, metaphors, and stuff like that to like get my kind of vision and my point across, and whenever I'm pitching and stuff. And how I pitched this to Dragonsteel was like, have you guys seen the Muppets Christmas Carol? And then I'm always like, stick with me, stick with me. You know how Gonzo and Rizzo the Rat are essentially the narrators. They lead the viewers through the whole story, but they're not actually in the story, but they're affected by certain things while they're there. That's what I want to do with Kelsier and Hoid. They would basically be Gonzo and Rizzo, and they would act as our guides through this story, and we would be viewers of the events that are taking place. And then we said, you guys know Statler and Waldorf?
Yeah.
Okay. That's going to be the relationship that they have once they're inside the ball.
Yeah.
So we used two different Muppets references to pitch the Hoid Kelsier dynamic.
Well, that's perfect. I expect in the future, on a long enough timeline, Hoid and Kelsier will become Muppets themselves.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
So before we dive too much into those like character elements or even like the casting and kind of the production of the event or kind of what the guest would experience, what I know a lot of fans had questions about was especially before the ball, I don't know, and I haven't heard as much about it after the ball, but before the ball, there was just like this very obvious thing. The ticket price increased year over year. And I wanted you to explain from, again, like Paladin Creative's perspective, what was it that happened? Like, was there anything that allowed you to have a cheaper second year? You know, we economies of scale, or we did this last year and therefore it can be cheaper the next year. Or was every single element more expensive than it was last year? And how does that play into what Paladin Creative is trying to accomplish and like bring to the experience?
So unfortunately, nothing cost less this year. One of the key pieces of doing the Worldhopper Ball was that it's done from scratch, completely from scratch every year. Nothing was really reused. We had to build everything from scratch and recreate, you know, an entire new world essentially from step one. Another thing that really helped last year was that to get this thing off the ground, as most listeners probably know, many of the people that contributed to this event last year and this year are big fans, you know, and we really relied and lucked out on people's goodwill and their willingness to give very significant discounts, including ourselves, to get the Worldhopper Ball off the ground, to show people, hey, this is something that, you know, we want to do, and we want to do for you guys. If you like it, let us know. Now, once that happens, and we are doing it a second time, again, Battle for Middle-earth, not Helm's Deep. So, for instance, something that cost us $200 last year, that was essentially only paid in material cost because, again, the vendor really wanted to get the show off the ground. We can't do that again. They have to stay in business. They need to get paid fairly. And so something that cost us $200 last year cost us $2,000 this year. And that's a fair price. It really is for what I'm thinking about here. But imagine that on the scale of this event, and then also increase the quantity of everything. I think last year I said something like we had 100 pounds of marbles, right, for the spheres.
Yeah.
If we had done that same event this year, we probably would have had close to 500 pounds of marbles, just
Oh my
because
gosh.
of all of the walls. All the walls
Yeah.
need sconces, like all the chandeliers. How many more we had? Like, so it's the contributing factor of like the immense scope of the event itself and what it actually is, plus needing to honor, you know, people's time and value their time and be able to pay them fairly.
Yeah, so there was almost like a subsidy last year, sort of like the community itself kind of coming
Yes.
together and just saying like, we really want this to exist. So we'll sort of like subsidize the cost. But obviously that's not necessarily sustainable, even though it's a really beautiful sentiment from the community and like
Yeah.
speaks really highly of the community. But as you said, like we stan people getting paid a fair wage on this podcast. We think that people
We
should
do
get
too.
paid for their
Yeah.
work. And so, yeah, obviously moving forward, if this is going to be a thing that I think we all hope will happen again in future years, you do have to make sure that the people in the community and your vendors and professionals are getting paid for their work and their expertise, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I think like you were saying, but Brooke, like it's like it really speaks to the generosity of this community. I mean, I think so many folks always talk about how warm and welcoming the Cosmere community is. I mean, I think even mentioned on your podcast, on your recap of Nexus, how even like the staff at various like cafes and locales talk about how nice everybody is.
It's
I
so
mean,
sweet.
it's so sweet. And I mean, it's so true too.
Yeah.
And like for the community to band together and say, like, you know, we want to make this happen is just so wonderful. And so in that way, it's like you like want to be able to give back to them too. And like this is something that I was thinking about too when we were putting on this event this year, is that like, you know, we're backstage, we're running around, obviously, like that's where the sausage gets made kind of thing. But at the same time, I was just like, I remember we were talking with our staff and we were just like, you know, remember, like these vendors are fans too. Like we want them to have a magical experience as well. And that's, you know, demonstrated in different ways. But I think it's just so important to give back to the community that gives you so much too. So yeah, I mean, sentimentality is always very nice. Like this is a business at the end of the day though too.
Right.
I don't know if I should
Of
say it like that,
course.
but you know.
And Dragonsteel is working hard to figure out how, you know, they want to see this thing go for a long time, just like
Yeah.
we do. And we want people to be able to come at any level of income bracket. Obviously, we want everyone to experience this thing. And so now it's really about balancing the realities and the aspirations with how do we do this? And we only can find out once a year, really.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that makes it really hard when like, yes, this is the second year of the Worldhopper Ball, but you've still only done what, like maybe 10 events total, you know? Like that's not very many sort of iterations to be able to practice and get feedback and, you know, see how things go. Like if I'm just thinking about putting on a theatrical performance, you know, you're doing shows every weekend for months on end,
Right.
that you have that much time to tweak things and change things and learn and grow and like, you know, refine what you're doing when you only have 5 performances a year.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to like trampoline up to the next level on such little input that I imagine that is a challenge of this event in particular.
Well, also to be
You could
fair, I
say
mean,
that.
like you're right in that it's 5 performances. I would argue that we've really done this twice, because if you're thinking about the event from start to finish of like
Sure. Yeah.
conceptualizing, doing all this stuff, like Brandon said, we can't test the material out. We can't see
Right.
how this is all going to go. It's like we've done it twice.
Yeah,
We've
and
done
like
it
kind
twice.
of only once each time, right? Because they are such different events, as you've been speaking to through this conversation. Like there's a way in which this year's show is an entirely different new thing. It's not like next year you're going to do Mistborn Era 1 again. And so there's
No.
like a
Right.
whole set of institutional knowledge and information that you gained this year that next year, fingers crossed, like you kind of just have to throw out, and like start over from scratch to be like, okay, what does Nalthis look like, or
In a lot of
whatever it's
ways.
going to be.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there are things that of course we we learn that are universal,
Sure.
but a lot of it really is specific to the world and the theme that we're currently, working with. But I have a lot of hope that we are going to be able to figure this thing out with Dragonsteel to make sure that it goes for a very, very long time, and that everyone is happy and that everyone can come. At the end of the
I
day,
want it to happen a million times.
I believe.
I believe. Yeah, I
This
think
is my official petition for next year to be like a banquet at the court of the gods on Nalthis.
just
that's my
calling your
wish.
shot,
Yeah.
Babe Ruth just pointing out to center field. Okay, so I believe that with those challenges, with the difficulty in increasing scale, with the difficulty of starting a kind of new experience, a new event in a new world with the new room, here's the moment when I want to sing your praises as Paladin Creative, as a production company. Walking into that room was so transfixing, awe-inspiring. It was, I said this on our Nexus recap, all I wanted, I was like, fingers crossed, I knew that I would have to talk to you guys about it eventually. And so I was like, fingers crossed.
Like, I hope I like it.
I was like, just be as good as last year. Like that, I was setting a very basic bar. I was like, please just be as good as last year. And I walk into this grand ballroom, which I've never been in before. Most people, because Nexus has never been there, probably haven't been into that grand ballroom before. I walk in and it is just instantaneously jaw-dropping. It is more beautiful than I think like any room that I have been in. And I've been to the Palace of Versailles in Paris. I was so in awe. And then the small things, the little moments that we'll get into, like the Easter eggs and just like the giant Mistborn symbol in the center. And then of course the performances, but just like you are able to do something that is hard to convey. And that's why I'm just like on a random tangent now. But going through those little tunnels and the pits of Hathsin, and I saw some mushrooms there, and I thank you for that. But I go through there, and then I walk out into the Grand Ballroom, and I'm in Keep Venture. I'm on Scadrial, and it's just like a amazing experience, unlike anything else. Unlike watching a movie, unlike going to a theatrical production. It is just like you take me and instantly send me somewhere else. And then I get to play there. Then I get to watch, these characters have an experience. You like rewrite an ending that makes me cry. And it is an example of like the skill, the talent of both of you, of everybody at Paladin Creative, obviously everybody on the staff and the squires and the actors and like, yes, everyone, but really just like, it is more impressive than almost anything else that I have experienced in life to walk into that room and be so transported, because everyone has a suspension of disbelief, and like we all do it in a movie, or you're watching Stranger Things recently or whatever it happens to be, and you're willing to give up like some aspects of I'm a man who's wearing a suit walking around the world, and you have to kind of just like relax and just like go with the flow. And with that buy-in, you take me to another world. And that's so incredible. And I think Brooke had a similar experience walking in to that room. Do you want to like describe your first moment?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've talked about this so much, but I truly, that moment is like branded into my brain, because I had really no expectations. I'm pretty good at sort of the beginner's mind and just like going in fresh without expecting to see or experience anything specific. And so we went through the perpendicularity, the pits of Hathsin, and I wasn't expecting anything, but the curtains like opened and I took one step into the ballroom and literally my jaw dropped. Like my mouth has never been open so wide. And I like doubled over. I almost burst into tears. I was just absolutely stunned and in shock at how beautiful it was and that it was this place that I had read about. Like it was this world that exists in my brain that means so much to me that I spend, so much of my life thinking about and talking about. And to suddenly be there, like it is a feeling that is indescribable that I was not expecting. And it's just so magical. And I guess what I really just want to say is thank you. Like, thank you for making this event. Thank you for all of the hard work and effort that you spent months. I know that you really think about every detail and you're really mindful of the community and your audience. And I just want to say that all of that work is successful. Like you did it. So you don't need external validation, but in case part of you does, I'll give you
live
a
events,
digital pat on the back and
You
say,
guys are the
you
sweetest.
did it. You did a great job. And I think I said this in our Nexus podcast also, but it was so clear to me that you really did take all of the pain points from last year and made such a point to improve upon them. And that was so obvious to me, which I really appreciated just from a, sort of personal perspective. But also, I think it did make the event better. And that was just also really great to see. So great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
God. What do you even say to that,
I
That's
mean,
so sweet.
it's incredibly. I will always take external validation.
Again, if live events requires them,
yes. And it's all very much attached to our heart and soul. Like we do need to be told like that it was enjoyable, that it was good. Like it very much is a piece of artwork that we're just like we've crafted this very carefully for a year. Do you like it? Like it's really helpful. And like I always feel like any event that we do, but especially this one, and maybe it's because it's at the end of the year and it's kind of at the end when the state of the Sanderson, there's always this reflection. Like we have, I used to say really ridiculous things like if you have the ability to craft a moment for somebody else, it is your duty to do so, which is like so ridiculous. Like that's absurd. I still feel that way when I'm doing things in my own work. I always strive to be able to take a human being and give them a moment outside of space and time where they don't remember their mortgage payment. They don't remember that they have a parent who's going through an illness. They don't remember any of the things that are going on in the world, and they can just exist for a moment, for a night, amongst their friends in a world that is free of pain for them and just be. I love that you guys communicated that and that you felt that too. It's an honor, and it truly is. I don't know. It's just a beautiful thing to be able to do.
Something that just came to mind for me, obviously, like you guys, you guys are so supportive. You're friends now at this point too. And it's just like, it really means a lot, like that you have all these wonderful things to say. It's like, it always means the world. It's never a bother. It's never, we're so grateful. And we're, again, so happy to be on this podcast and like get to speak about this. It's just to be able to reflect like this, like Brandon was saying, it's just so meaningful to have that space. Something that just came up for me, and it's going to seem kind of strange, but it ties back to what we're all saying. I lurk on the Dragonsteel subreddit all the time. I read everything. I never comment. I make a point never to comment because that can lead down a slippery slope. But anyways, like I saw so many people leading up to the ball were asking about, what should I wear? Like, I don't have anything that's Mistborn Era 1 themed and whatever. I was really thinking about this the other day, and like what you're saying in creating these events, it's like dress up as the world that you want to be a part of.
You have one chance.
Like dress up as the world that you aspire to be a part of, the world that you want to be, the world that you want to see. Like if you're from Earth, or if it's like if you're an author, and you dress up like one of your own characters or whatever it is, it's like all are welcome here. All have a place here. You can all call this home, so wear whatever you want, whatever dressing up means to you. Like it's a Worldhopper Ball. Be part of the world that you want to be a part of.
And that's why we have it. The first sign that we always have out front says "Welcome home." I'm gonna cry. The first sign that we have out front always says "Welcome home, Worldhoppers." Whether from near or distant lands, the Worldhopper Ball is a place for all.
Aww. Yeah, I think I love that you said that, Monika, just as like a kind of accessibility note, that I don't think people need to worry if they, don't have a perfect Mistborn Era 1 dress to wear or a suit to wear or whatever. Like I didn't. We wear the, Sunday best clothes that we have in our closet. But that is
you guys look fly. You look fly.
Great.
Super fly.
I wear my wedding suit. It was a little bit tighter than when I got married. But still got into it. So everything was okay.
Great.
And that is the great thing, that it's a Worldhopper Ball, that you can be, dressed differently. You're from a different place. You're hopping worlds. Like you don't need to be exactly fitting in. So I just like, if anyone's listening and they're like, oh no, buying, an outfit would be a whole other cost on top of the cost of the ticket, and that's stressful, et cetera, like don't worry about it. Wear your Sunday best. You're gonna look great. Just enjoy like looking nice. Wear the thing that you never have a chance to wear, that's in your closet, that you're like, oh, when am I ever gonna wear this? I love it, but I never wear it. Wear that. Wear it to the Worldhopper Ball.
So as we step into this world of your creation, inspired obviously by Brandon Sanderson's writing, this kind of collective dream takes over. And I want to talk about the different elements that we find within that dream. I want to kind of explore things, and we can go in whatever order, makes sense for you. But I think there's two things that are immediately iconic that everyone who walked in saw and kind of like took note of. One are the 8 different stained glass that are hanging over, as you said, like the food and beverage spots on the right and left of the Grand Ballroom. And the second is the large dance floor, which has kind of like an intricate pattern and makes up the Mistborn symbol. So could you please take me through the production element, the design element, and just kind of like how those...
Yeah, like how did you create Keep Venture?
Right.
What went into these different elements of just designing like the atmosphere?
Stained glass windows.
Yeah.
Stained glass windows. We know from the very beginning we were going to need stained glass windows. That was obviously a no-brainer. I mean, we drew a lot of inspiration from the Mistborn deck building game, just in terms of like texturization and where do the mullions go, which is like the leading, the black lines. Like if you had to physically build these things, what does that look like?
Not as intuitive as it seems.
Not as intuitive as you might think, guys.
You
Let
guys
me tell
aren't professional stained glass makers.
Just in your free time.
Craft that people spend years mastering. You don't just know how to do that.
You just show up on the Netflix TV reality show, Blown Away, and are just casually making stained glass windows.
Exactly. It was, I'm very proud of our team for being able to tackle that challenge. I think that you have to be a little bit crazy to like work in this industry and like kind of do some of these things. And you have to be a little delusional to say like stained glass. Yeah, no way. Oh, of course we can do that. Like, no, easy. But that's how eventually you end up with really cool stained glass. You have to be a little delusional and then figure it out, even if it's quite difficult. But that took the better part of 6 months, I would say, to develop. We knew what the story was going to be. Very early on, I knew that I wanted to have the Ascension being shown. And I drew out the panels of classical Scadrial with Emerald Hills. And it's described in, I think it's Keep Likal, or Emerald Hills and animals and all that. And then the deepness comes, and then Ascension of the Lord Ruler, and then post-Ascension world that he recreates in his image, so to speak. The Khandra and the first contract and the Kolos. We knew we wanted to have that story told. One of the key little things we had to figure out was, what's the last one? Because
Oh.
we needed
8.
the food and beverage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is all part of an event thing that's like everything is so reliant on each other. It's probably easy to like look around and be like, oh, you should just change that one thing. And it's like, okay, well, that one thing affects so many other things. And we've come to this decision because they all work now,
Yeah. Everything has a dependency.
Everything has a dependency, well said. The food and beverage booths, we needed enough for the increased guest count. Plus, last year there was line issues. We didn't want to have that happen again. And we solved the height issue early on by figuring out, like last year we had tents. We had these like kind of Middle Eastern Moroccan inspired tents for the Alethi food and beverage. This year we were like, what are those going to be? What are people eating in under? Like how are with the whatever? And we were like, oh, those will be recessed alcoves underneath a second level balcony.
Yeah.
And then the stained glass windows are above those balconies. Okay, like that's how we do this. That's how we play to the height. That's how we solve the issue of what are these food and beverage booths set in. Great. So there's 4 on each side with the stained glass windows. That there now needs to be 4 pairs of them above each. Right. You couldn't do it in between because it was an odd number, so that wouldn't work. And we went through so many different iterations of what that 4th panel would be, from like
4th set.
The fourth set, whether it was like the Lord Ruler, like not knighting, but I'm just going to use that word, like knighting House Venture, like bringing them to basically become nobles, or like, you remember all these old ones?
Yeah. And we were talking about also, it's just like, how, because I mean, there's always like this balance with this. I mean, this was true for last year as well. And this year, it's just like how much of these elements, to what degree do you want them to feel like fan service, and to what degree should they feel like they're in world? And so
that's
for example,
a really important one. Thank you for saying that.
Like for example, with the stained glass windows, there was even an idea, I think, early on to like maybe do portraits of like the Venture family. And it's like, well, first of all, what do those look like? Also, is anyone gonna care?
Right.
Like that might be like, that might be more accurate, quote unquote, but like, but what people, if you're coming into this ball, like what you want to see though, is like something that you can recognize, like the story of the Ascension. It's like, maybe you can't quite put it together at first, but maybe if you take a moment to stand there and you're like, oh, whoa, like I see it happening. That's always just such a thing with events as well. It's just like this, drawing this line of, do you want to draw attention to the fact that like this person is at an event, but it's fun for them because it's a fan service thing and it's funny, or it feels validating in some way? Or do you want it to feel like, fully immersive, even if it's something you maybe don't quite understand or connect,
Yeah. I think you guys do such a good job of hitting the like knife edge between those two things, of having it be really immersive, but not alienating in any way. Like there are things that maybe don't necessarily make sense. Maybe we'll get to this in a second, but like there's the, rebellion sort of flow chart on the chalkboard in Keep Venture. So like obviously that doesn't fully make sense, but I'm happy about it. Like I enjoy seeing it. It's still in the world. It doesn't take me out of the world. So yeah, just props for really finding the right place on that line.
Thank you, guys. And that is a really big part of doing experiential live events is finding the balance. It's really, really important. Ultimately, for the stained glass windows, really quick, we were going to do a Mistborn, like crashing through a window in a reference to Vin's crash. And then ultimately, we ended up doing preservation and ruin.
Right.
Locked into their kind of yin and yang, where you had blue on one side, red on the
yeah.
other, and then blue leaking in on one and red leaking in on the other. And at first we wanted to put one on each side, preservation on the beginning side, because classical Scadrial is blue-green. If you look at those windows, it's all blue-green. When it hits the Lord Ruler, it is purple, then it goes red-orange, and then we were going to end with ruin on the red-orange side. We needed them to be together because of, again, logistical things. When you have the two pairs of windows, that is how we got to those two at the end.
Yeah.
Making them was a really interesting challenge because in the beginning, we wanted to print the mullions as 3-dimensional pieces. So you've actually got the leading, quote unquote, and then the
Mhm.
stained glass comes through it. When we realized we couldn't afford that, we had to test out many different inks with our fabricators to be like, well, how many times do we have to ink this black so that it's like ultra black, so that no light comes through, so that it
Mhm.
still feels like a mullion and not just like a black line that's on a piece of acrylic.
Yeah.
And so we triple inked a lot of these things. I think we quadrupled or quintupled the black line ink for the acrylics.
Mhm.
We had them built 10 feet high by 4 feet wide. And for reference, if you go and measure 10 feet right now, that it is so much bigger than you think. 10
Yeah.
feet is so much taller than it sounds.
It's like
Huge.
I
That's
mean,
a
it's like
standard room. Like I think I'm actually some rooms are only 8 feet high.
8 feet
Yeah,
is
Yeah.
standard. Yeah.
Right.
I was gonna say, it's like if you've ever seen those like photos of like someone with like a traffic light, like standing next to one, it's like it's
Oh,
taken a
way
photo
bigger. Yeah.
and it's way bigger, and you're like, it's so teeny tiny when it's hanging up there. It's kind of like that. Actually, even with those stained glass windows, they were originally, I mean, we kept making them bigger too. I think
They were 8 feet at first.
they
you're
were
right.
8 feet at first, and proportionally wide. I remember how, like, what the math came out to, but it was 8 feet, and then we saw the 3D renderings, the
Mhm.
build drawings, and we were like, "Oh, shoot, this is too small, like, blow it up
It
to
wasn't
10
high
feet."
impact enough. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the 10 feet worked really well, I thought. I really quickly wanted to say also about just the stained glass motif in general. Like you're saying, for this event, like, we really needed to have stained glass. We knew we had to go in that direction. Last year, like, there's the Worldhopper Ball brand, and then there's also, like, the themes kind of branding, let's just say.
hmm
And for this year, it was like, we took the World Hopper Ball symbol. Brandon's wearing the production shirt right now for
Just
the
pointing
Oh,
at
yeah.
podcast.
them. Yes.
Window.
And so it's on the back here, like our production shirts had it on the back.
Yeah, and you
And
had like cute pins and everything.
You're right.
That
yes,
like stained glass pin was so gorgeous.
mhm. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's just like, so that was like the first kind of icon for this
Yes.
year's brand, was like the World Hopper Ball symbol in a stained glass with the like
The mist.
with the preservations mist in there as well. So
And we ended up using those for many different design elements. Also, gigantic shout out to Abby Lautenbach from our team, who worked tirelessly on this, developing the stained glass, how it would look, what textures, what hues, like how do we make this literally feel like stained glass?
bought different like Photoshop like effects
Oh yeah.
to
And
like make sure it looked just right.
we were
Like,
trying
yeah.
gels. She had gels at one point we were messing around with to test things out. We had so many samples of these acrylics printed. I can't even tell you. Could not have done it without.
Test them out in my parents' backyard.
Yeah.
With the sun. We
would hold them up in the sun because, hey, there's no brighter light than that.
Yeah.
It was really important to us the light shines through it too. We didn't
Of
want to
course.
fake
Yeah.
it.
And it's
Yeah.
so difficult. Like you said, like you can't fake it in a way that is convincing. And then every little thing that sells the experience makes it easier to buy in, gives you that
Yeah,
jaw-dropping
Yeah.
I was
moment.
gonna say when you're going for immersion,
Mhm.
it can be a really subtle change
Right.
that takes the experience for an audience member from immersive to pulling you out. I think we don't even realize how much like our subconscious and our visual
Right.
processing like really do, and super subtle changes can make big differences.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
in the CGI world, they call it the uncanny valley when something gets like close to photorealistic, but it's not there. Even though it's like a technical marvel, it's an incredible accomplishment of
Yeah.
animation and computer
It's like
generation.
if it's not perfect,
Right.
it's bad.
Yeah, the mind kind of
Yes.
just like knows.
It
And
cashes immediately.
Yeah.
exactly. And so the other element that I thought was like instantly iconic was the dance floor. Could you talk a little bit about that, the
Yes.
kind of black and white with the symbol on it?
Yes, the dance floor. I'm so proud of my dance floor. I've talked about the dance floor a few times now because
Oh my god.
I know
yeah.
Monica's sick of hearing about it because it
Well,
was
it's just like we get so granular and specific, and there's so many things
I
to
know,
talk
I know.
about.
Okay,
Like,
I'll be really quick. The dance
Mhm.
floor was a real conundrum. That dance floor is 36 feet by 32 feet. It is gigantic. It occupies a huge amount of space, and it's very visually eye-catching. It needs to be good. It needs to look very, very good. We struggled with what this would look like because me and Monika both were like, we really wanted to do black and white French checkered tile. It is such a beautiful look. It's in the Palace of Versailles. It's in the Strawberry Hill House, like all of these different reference points that we pulled from. It's very iconic, but
St. Paul's Cathedral too.
St. Paul's Cathedral, and
Yeah.
that's where we'll get. But the quote from the book, when Vin goes up to the balcony, says there was free form swirling lines that vaguely resembled mist, essentially. So it's like, okay, well, we can't do just checkered. We have to somehow have this curvature. And how do we make that work? How do we marry those things? What two quick things. First one, we're watching Paddington 2. And there is a shot
Unexpected inspiration.
We got Muppets, we got Paddington 2.
Shout out Paddington 2. Shout out my boy Paddington, giving me inspiration.
Wherever inspiration strikes, always sees it, you know? There's a shot from above that shows St. Paul's Cathedral's floor. It's very hard to find this shot, by the way, because believe me, after we saw it, I had to pause. I took a picture with my phone, and you can't find the right angle. The way they did the floor worked really well, and it had like these corners, and like it was separated and kind of swirled a little bit. It wasn't quite right. But that's what we used our reference point for. And as we were trying to figure out how do we do this swirl, I would show you guys my drawings of like, it's ridiculous. Like, how do we get a pattern that works? But we keep the tile. And James Bond was on, and I saw the opening when the gun barrel comes at you at the camera, and it shows the rifling, that swirl.
Right.
Yeah.
And it just clicked. I was like, oh, I think that can work. If we do, we have to have it like angling the whole way around like a rifling effect. And then we can make it work. And so it was St. Paul's Cathedral via Paddington 2 and James Bond. And that's how we found and married the design elements. And then we pulled from stuff we'd already made, like the mist that was on our the stained glass window pin. We pulled elements that we had already made, we put them in the corners, and it all came together really, really well. Also, the center logo is the Venture Crest logo. And that's another thing. We can get to that later if you'd like, but that's the main logo we used across the board. Because I know people were saying, oh, that's Steel Alphabet, this and that. That's actually the House Venture crest.
So last year, we had talked about the design of glyphs and like the Colin family glyph merged with the Devar glyph and kind of coming up with the new one just for the Worldhopper Ball. Is this Venture crest a pre-existing canonical thing, or was it made for the Worldhopper Ball?
It was made for the Worldhopper Ball.
I was about to be like, what do you think, man?
I'm playing a role here. I am the interviewer asking you to show off how cool you are.
We didn't make it to be, I want to be clear about that.
I mean, well, yes, anything that is representative of the canon, not in a way that's like leaves room for interpretation. It's like stained glass window, that could be a lot of different things or whatever.
Right, we did that.
Something that is like a specific symbol, like a glyph or like a venture, like a crest, is something that we leave to Dragonsteel. That is their work, that is their canon, that like they are the client, this is their work, and they deserve to have ownership over all of these like little elements. So they came back to us with we requested it. Like last year, we requested a glyph. We were like, hey, what about this? And this year they came back to us. They're like, yeah, this would actually be really good to have.
So is that Isaac Stewart or someone on his team creating that crest?
So Isaac Stewart and Sean Boyles worked on that together when we had requested it. That was something that was really important to us. The first thing that we found, the only canonical quote unquote image we found of a Venture crest was there is a card from the Mistborn deck building game with Straff Venture, and he has an ATM, the ATM symbol on his pin to his lapel.
Oh, okay.
And we showed that to them and they were like, oh, okay, interesting. What we found out later was that Isaac Stewart, during a brainstorming with us, said, oh, ATM is actually the letter V. So there's something here. So he took the letter V, which is ATM, and then combined it with something else to create that crest, because, they wouldn't be walking around with the ATM symbol because that's kind of a secret.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Isaac and Sean together were like, well, let's make something that's really unique and original for this.
Cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. Obviously, yes, in the story, ATM is kind of like the secret way that they're getting money. But the concept that this crest now exists, and like you just told the secret, I think there's also many more secrets to come.
I want to ask about one element of the decor, though, that I found particularly kind of arresting upon coming into the ballroom, and that is these trees that were inside the ballroom. They had these like orange, yellow leaves, and they were so weird and unexpected. And that was one of those things that really just like took me into this other world because they were kind of strange and alien and yet felt really beautiful and elegant. And like, I didn't really know why they were there, but I loved them and it really added to my experience. Can you talk about your decision to put the trees in and like why and what they were? And because I'm sure you have a million different reasons why.
I would love to. Do you want to say something first? You're welcome to.
Yes, before Brandon starts his monologue off again. I just wanted to say, like, you know, with all of the elements of this event, it's like you have to be like just so mindful. And I mean, and like we were saying last year, go back to the source material and think about, you know, what is true to the source material. And of course, like last year at the wedding of Shalon and Adolin, we had floral. This year, it's just like, how do you have, you know, a big ballroom without any kind of floral? But as we all know, there is no flowers.
Right.
The whole legend of the Merewell flower is a legend for a reason, right? Because there's nothing like that currently in the point in that story on Scadrial. And so like we had to be like really intentional about creating floral moments where there was no flowers and there was also no kind of colors besides kind of like a rusty orange, a yellow. That's like what you saw were like birch trees, that those were lining them. Were they not birch trees?
They were aspen. Well, sorry, I was waiting for you to give me, let me do my monologue.
Yeah.
Do I have permission?
You have permission.
Let me off my leash.
Yeah.
Tell me about the trees. Bring forth the ants.
So, and Monica's 100% right. That was a big piece. Was we stopped calling it floral, we started calling it organics. At one point, it was greenery, and then we started calling it brownery, and that just got too confusing for everybody.
Yeah.
But the rule was no flowers, no leaves. And if they had no flowers, if they had petals, it had to look leafy because leaves are fine. There's vibrant colors of red, orange, and yellow, which I'm reading a quote right now that it has mentioned many, many times. So we did have parameters. The trees, the only trees that are mentioned multiple times in the series are aspen trees. The ones with white bark and the yellow leaves, those are mentioned multiple times. And they're also seen in a vase, like branches, aspen with bone white bark. Branches are seen inside. Keep Venture in a crystal vase at one point.
Oh my God, this is taking me back. I remember that like one of the early things, the concepts that we had for the ceiling wasn't even chandeliers.
Yeah.
It was going to be this whole like aspen tree, like coming from the ceiling moment thing.
We still did that. We integrated the organics into the chandeliers, but we were going to have a much larger moment.
It was going to be like,
So I had wanted aspens for a while, lining. I love bringing organics into a physical space, especially trees. There is something really, really special when you see a giant pepper tree and then there's a circular bar around it. Oh, it's stunning. And it's just so unexpected. So I really wanted to do having aspen trees line the red carpet. And that's where I really wanted to have them sit. Now, we couldn't find aspen trees. So the ones that you saw, just gonna ruin it here. The ones you saw were actually maple trees. But
you know what? Everything nice I said about the experience, like maple trees? Good.
How dare you?
So they resembled them as much as we could get. They had white bark and they had yellow gold leaves. And the whole thing was knowing the nobility, knowing Keep House Venture, they show their power with physicality, right? And the reason they can even afford to have colored plants in the first place is because of their wealth, and their wealth protects them. So how do they show their dominion and their dominance over the natural world? Bring it inside. That's how much money we have. That's how much power we have. Line our walkway with them. So that's why we did the aspen trees. Monologue over.
No,
I loved it.
Yeah, it's perfect. And the entire experience now ruined because I know they're maple trees.
Oh no.
I guess we could maybe end the podcast. No, of course not. Nobody knows what the type of tree is, but I do think that what you said there is like, this is a demonstration of their power in the world. And it still plays back to this concept of nobody else could do this, or, you know, one or two other families
Right.
have the means, and only the Ventures go to the trouble of making this happen, is something that's easy to overlook, or, you know, it's the first like 10 steps, the first 20 steps. You might not return to that throughout the rest of the evening, but it does transport you as a viewer, as a guest in this space. And then the thing that, at least for me, was also mesmerizing was at the other end of the Grand Ballroom, above the main stage, there are multiple what seem like stained glass windows.
I thought they were legitimate stained glass. Like, I thought they were physical glass pieces in the world. And then obviously later in the show, things happen, and I was like, oh my god, what is happening? What in the world? There's like magic at play.
Exactly.
But they were incredibly stunning.
So could you talk a little bit about the design of those LED walls? I think that's, or, you know, those just like big gigantic things above the main stage. I think there were 3 of them, but maybe there were more.
Oh, there was a bunch.
Tell me about.
There's 5 total.
5 total.
2 flanking on each side of a rose window in the center.
Got it.
So we had classic Gothic style on either side. I think one was a 9-foot, one was 8-foot flanking, and we had a recessed wall and 2 forward walls. So it was like, it kind of gave the illusion of forced perspective a little bit.
Okay, cool.
And then the center was an 8-foot diameter rose window.
It was huge. I remember when we had
so big.
that we had the like just the fabricated element that the screen would sit in. You know, like they had brought it in, the fabricators, and I remember I stood in the middle of it and like reached my hands up, and I'm a tall person. I'm 5'10", and it was just like, it was still like, you know, way over my head. I was like, this is ginormous. I mean, and that was like the rose window too, is like something that was one of those early concept things that just stuck through. It was like, you know, if you're talking about stained glass, it's like, well, then you have to have the mother of all stained glass, which is the rose window. You know, and there's so many different design elements to, like, real world examples, I should say, to draw from, like, you know, the rose window in Notre Dame in Paris, and like, and just the stories and history that's shown in there, and like the symmetry kind of in there, if you want to, you know, talk about that a little bit. Yeah.
I'm so proud of our stage, by the way.
Yeah.
That stage was 44 feet wide, 3 feet tall, and had 2 tiers. And the top tier was elevated at 9 feet. So if I was a 6-foot person standing on the top balcony layer, my eyes would be at 15 feet.
Right.
And just like for the audience, this is all being made by you. Like, this does not exist in the space. This space doesn't have a stage in it.
Right.
You are building a stage and a set in the Grand Ballroom. I just want that to be like very clear to the audience.
3 days.
And I was going to say, actually, I'm really glad you brought this up, Brooke, because like when we walked into the Grand Ballroom, like I said earlier, and it was just like, it was the first time we saw the space like truly completely empty. It really is empty. Like it's have
like a warehouse, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got like a carpet and a nice ceiling and like, visually, you know, but like it really is
an empty box.
Right.
But it is an empty box. Like, it is a carpeted floor. It's got walls, you know, with like doors, a ceiling with some lights, and then there's air walls. That's like, we use those to like make our green room in the back, but there's nothing else. There is nothing else.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's Aaron Sorkin or another writer, but he said the most intimidating thing for a writer is the blank page. And you guys had a blank 50,000 square foot room. And
it is wild to me that anyone can look at a blank space like that and know at all what to do with it. Like, I remember when we were looking for wedding venues, like we would go to some places and it would just be like a room or like a clearing of grass.
Yeah.
And I would just look at it and be like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. Like, I don't know where to start. Please give me like something.
Which is why we eventually got married in a garden that is like not that at all.
Like a sculpted landscape, beautiful garden that I did not have to design. So
exactly.
Shout out to people like y'all who are able to look at a blank space and be like, let me put some structure and some beautiful design in here.
Yeah, tell me a little
Thanks,
bit more
guys.
about the LED windows and kind
Yeah,
of like what the use of those was throughout the production and the shows.
100% would love to. And thank you guys for that aside. That was it's very difficult to be given that kind of space. And luckily we worked with a really great drafter, Kendrick, who always helps us give direction to our visions. With the stained glass windows, the LED walls, we basically took the stained glass window design, the one that you can see on the pin or that we used in a lot of our promotional imagery. It's kind of it has a stencil with the Worldhopper Ball icon in the center of it. We used that as a template for the 4 Gothic windows and essentially swapped in the Venture crest for the Worldhopper Ball logo, and then made the coloration more of a red lavender, because that is mentioned multiple times where the rose window is, that it's kind of got a lavender. The rose window itself, as Monika was saying, we pull a lot from history and from just what's actually out there and real. And I don't know how much you guys have looked into rose window designs, and
It's
Not
my
as
ca-
much as you.
Yeah, it's my casual interest.
Sunday shopping.
Yeah.
Really, really, really looking into them. The most consistent image that I found was Jesus Christ at the center with all of the apostles or other very important biblical figures surrounding him in each one of those fan-like fronds. And that's usually the story. So we wanted to do something similar. Obviously, of course, no big deal. Just we just have to make all the artwork and figure that out. So what we did was that we took what we felt was appropriate and what we could actually deliver in time was that we took the 3 castes of society and we made those bands around the Lord Ruler in the center with his hand up and his beautiful black luscious locks. And then we had a small layer of ska plowing the fields. There was 3 of them. Then we had 2 nobles walking down a staircase, the same one that we have there. And then the last layer was 1 Steel Inquisitor and with Creedic Shaw in the background. And so that was and then we had that over and over again.
And then the very outer rim was the Elementic symbols.
And the very outer rim was the Elementic symbols, 100% right.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Cool.
What we did effectively, actually, I forget who suggested this to me. It might have been Brian Kim, our lighting director. I wanted to have the windows do things throughout the night. There's a point when we had Shan Elariel was using her soothing, and we had a lighting cue for that with a pink pulse. I wanted the windows to flash pink, and I'm going to give the credit to Brian. Whatever. Brian said, "Hey, if you don't do that and you don't change them at all, people will think these are stained glass windows because you have all these other real ones." And they'll be really caught off guard when you shatter them later in the night.
Exactly.
Mission accomplished. I was shocked.
I was like, that's a great idea. And I was so, Brooke, when you said what you said, I was like, it's exactly what we were hoping.
Literally thought that glass had broken. I was like, what is happening? I don't understand. It was such an epic moment.
We utilized the windows. They look the same the entire night up until the aerial performance. Which I guess we can talk about.
We will.
Whenever you want.
I was going to say, I was like, we're not spoiling anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We just want to go in the order of whatever.
Yeah, I think this will segue really nicely into the performance
show.
aspect.
Yeah.
Okay. So during the aerial performance, as you guys know, and as we said before, Vin crashes through this rose window. That was something that I really, really, really wanted to have. I talked about it.
It was the best moment. It was so epic. I could watch that over and over. It was so good. It was so
And so
good.
we shattered the windows as she broke through, and then they each had a beat where they would shatter. Oh man, there's nothing better than being on comms and listening for all the cues, because I can't do anything about this. I have everyone's in their position, and if I chime in, it's not good because everyone will be like, "What, Brandon? Stop everything! Brandon said something." So I just have to wait and listen for okay, cue rose window shatter 3, 2, 1, cue lightning, all of it together. And so the windows all shatter, and then we have all we have haze machines in each one. The haze pours out, and then the LED wall visuals are mist that's kind of bubbling up with lightning and flashes behind it. And that's what we did with the stage windows until the last moment when we had them rebuild themselves for something extra special.
For the extra special. And we'll definitely talk about the turn at the end or the reimagining at the end. But I do think this marks a good kind of transition point for us. A lot of production stuff that we discussed. Let's talk about the show. What I think would work out really well for us is to imagine the audience member, the guest member, who is once again like stepping through, getting that jaw-dropping experience, witnessing it for the first time, and they're handed an envelope
I had to stop crying because there was someone handing me an
giving you
envelope. I was like,
something.
okay, get it together. Grab this envelope.
And within the envelope is a card, slightly larger than a plain card, and it had on a randomized one of the 8 elements.
Allomantic power.
Yeah, so you became a misting for the night. And there were several of these little things that kind of invited the guest to become part of the world and also like become part of the show for a special number that, you know, depending on what card you were randomly given, you actually became part of the experience.
Because some people were Mistborn.
And we'll get to that as like the show element because it does happen later in the night. But you step through, you get handed one of these misting cards, and then like around the room we talked about before, there's kind of like these book nooks, and there were these big chalkboard walls where you could like sign up to join the rebellion. And I felt like both of these elements invited me into the world to participate in a way that maybe something like the burning of the prayers did last year.
Yeah, exactly. Or signing the guest book.
It's definitely signing the guest book.
Instead of the guest book, we had the
Rebellion.
chalkboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it was like, join the rebellion with all of the steps that Kelsier lays out in that meeting that we've all read. And so you have the opportunity to sign there or, you know, write your rebellious idea. And with your misting card, there are the Steel Ministry registration stations where you can go up, you give them your card, and then the obligators would give you your vial of metals. Don't eat them, but you can have them. And you get to sign your name in the book to register yourself as a misting. And that was a very fun experience.
So could you talk us through the importance of like having those elements that bring in the guest, and if there are any, you know, production sides of those equations that were like unique or interesting, let us know. But I think that will actually serve as like a jumping off point for us to talk about the show more broadly. But let's start there with the guest experience entering into the show.
I love that you talk about it as an invitation to participate. We love that, you know, that depending on kind of how you come into the space, the fact that you're given something that invites you to be part of this experience, like whether you were dragged there or you wanted to, you know, you wanted to come there, it's an invitation, like anything, to say like you are welcome here. Like we were saying earlier, you are part of this. Like we have now assigned you as being part of this. The misting cards was a long kind of like, that was a long like production logistics question, as well as like a huge like design element that we worked on. I was very fortunate to be given the job to actually design the misting cards.
They're gorgeous.
I designed all the cards. Thank you. It was a long process, but it was really cool. And actually, fun fact, Tyler, I think you got a pewter arm card first night, right? So the pewter arm card, when I was first designing the cards, I was, you know, you want to first kind of design the kind of general layout and look and feel of the, like, that all the cards will have. And instead of doing like a bunch of different ones or wasting time making a whole suite to only get feedback and have to redo everything again, I chose one card to do in the different styles. And then once we landed on one, you know, then I expanded the suite to all the other mistings. And the one that I used every time at the beginning was the pewter arm card. So you got an OG card.
Look at me, extra fancy. I'm not a business card, but you know, extra fancy in that way. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And that was it was a lot of red for months and months on end. Just like, that's funny. Because we used, I mean, again, we've shouted them out a couple of times now, but we used a lot of Brother Wise's, their deck building game was a lot of inspo for this event. You know, that's the other big kind of canonical work that, you know, is visual work to base off of. So huge shout out to Brotherwise Games, and especially to the artist there, Austin Hartel. He actually reached out to us and said, hey, congrats. And he came to the event. Thanks, dude. You're awesome. And thank you so much for the inspiration. With the Mistborn cards, with the Misting cards, that whole suite, it was it was just months of trying to figure out of how do we make something that feels unique? And again, it was writing that line of, in-world immersive versus fan service, because on the front of the card, we wanted it to feel like it was of the time period of the era, right? So those kind of little flourishes and design elements, along with the big allomantic symbol in the middle, that took a long time to kind of revise and think about, as well as the color schemes. Again, the color schemes were taken from the Brotherwise deck building game. The red and gray, for example, for Pewter Arm versus Tin Eye, green and orange for Smoker and Seeker, so on and so forth. That was all kind of, being kind of built together in tandem. The back of the card, though, has the Worldhopper Ball symbol on it, and on the bottom it says 2025. So it's you have to think about it in that way of this is a keepsake item that someone gets to take home with them. And I mean, if you have this kind of floating around, I know Brandon uses one of the cards as a bookmark
That's
now.
a good idea.
And actually, you talked about the size of the cards, they are actually tarot card size cards. We have some tarot cards at home, and that's what we base those off of.
My only complaint is that both sides are gorgeous, and I don't know which side to put up in my scrapbook. This is a problem. I was literally just looking at our scrapbook before this call, and I was like, oh no, what do I do?
You have to, well, because there's 9 cards in the suite, right? It's you've got the 4 pairs, and then you've got the Mistborn card, so that's 9. If you had a 10th throwaway card, a repeat, then you could just turn that one over, and then you could have I thought about this too, because we're thinking about how to put them up, and it's just 2 rows of 5, and just the last one is just showing the back. This is actually one of those production logistics questions of, as you're saying, you're inviting the person in. And one of the things that you constantly have to think about in terms of events, especially with such a large crowd as this, where you have more than 3,000 people coming through here, is you have to think about it in terms of the macro and the micro at the same time. So the micro being the individual experience, what would be fun for an individual to receive or to get or to sign or interact with, or in some way, what do we do here? And then you think about it and you go, okay, well, can I do that logistically? Can I physically make this happen for over 3,000 people? Do I have the manpower? Do I have, the budget to make this happen? And that's always this kind of push and pull of you want to give the guests a fantastic experience. We cannot, with the vials, that was such a huge thing too. We wanted to have them be edible and put them in liquid.
They tried so many variations of those vials.
There was so many variations, and because it's a cork at the top and it has to be a cork, of course, it if you put any liquid in there, it would start to smell really bad even after a few hours. And imagine we have to pack these up a few weeks in advance. I can't even imagine how horrible those would have smelled. Plus, I think it was also a food and health safety issue. You couldn't give we couldn't give guests, only the caterer who had the license
could hand
to
food,
give
hand edible
guests.
things.
Yes.
Exactly.
So that was another thing.
Go ahead.
But then the cool element of that though was that because these elements aren't edible in any kind of way, the fun thing is then it's just okay, let's find metals that look like what we imagine, or in some cases they were. I think brass was actually brass.
Copper was copper.
It's
the silver ones that I think.
Where we're okay, this is so the whole thing for this experience was, again, we knew that we wanted to give guests something in this way of the story is about Mistborn and all this stuff, but Mistborn are actually all that common, more likely you would be a misting than you would be a mistborn, right? They're like, what's the statistic? Like 1 in 1,000
I think
people
is a misting and 10,000.
1 in 10,000 is a mistborn, something like that. Sorry to any of the lore fans out there who can tell me that I was wrong at that. But and so that was the whole thing of like, okay, so we said everyone's going to be a misting. This is a crazy party.
I mean,
Every
it is
single
the
person's a
nobility,
misting.
so there's a higher percentage of mistings. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that would also suck if you got a card
Womp
that was
womp.
like, sorry, try again.
You're a ska, so
You are
you're-
ska,
You are a ska.
yeah, it was very cool. And like I said, I do think it invites you into the world. Now I'm a misting, and eventually some of those will be part of the show. But there's also that chalkboard and that kind of like rebellion registration to put it on the other side of the Steel Ministry registration. And I think there were some secrets going on with that chalkboard. So tell me a little
There
bit
were
about
some like secret images and stuff in those book nooks too, because we're like walking around. I'm like, oh, cute, books, pictures, la la la. And then at some point I was like, wait a second. Wait, is that Taln? And there was a picture of Taln in one of the frames. And I thought that was actually a really fun detail. Then I started looking around and there were like other Cosmere art pictures, which made me feel even more like I was at a Worldhopper Ball, that there were like these secret images from like other worlds in the Cosmere.
I think there was
kind
also
of, like hidden.
Yeah, I think there was also Maximilian Robespierre, just casually thrown in there.
I think there was.
Try first president of the United States, George Washington.
So yeah, book nooks. Tell us what's going on there.
I can definitely talk about those really quick. Going back to the Steel Ministry stations, I cannot tell you guys, because you were talking really well about like marrying the logistical need with the creative vision, and how difficult that is to do at scale from the micro and the macro in the same minor. How do we get these cards into people's hands was such an ongoing conversation. It was like, oh, hand them at the front. Okay, well, what if they open them? What if they all stop and block the area? Well, Hoid can hand them out. What if Hoid gets overwhelmed? Okay, like I cannot tell you how many variations. And then the cards were originally going to be a tarot card game. And then when we realized that's going to take too long, no one will get through this, because a human being talking to someone for even 3 minutes, we only have 2.5 hours. It just, okay, well, how do we get them to do the interactive? Okay, the Steel Ministry. Why are the Steel Ministry there? What are they even doing there? Like, oh, they're registering. Like, I cannot tell you guys how long it took to be like, and again, it's going back to this thing where like everything relies on each other. Everything that we had at that event was really, really specifically done because it leaned against something else for the decision that was made.
And it's so funny because now you look at it and you're like, well, obviously this was the solution, but you have to remember, like when we were coming up with this, it's like you were saying, like the ballroom is a blank space, like also the event itself, like you kind of know how you want it to go. Obviously there's a performance happening and you want these elements, but you're just like Brandon's saying, it's like everything is interacting with everything and you're constantly thinking about lines and like, if something takes 30 seconds, like can that scale for 600 people?
I did notice like the last night when we were there, there just happened to be somebody I knew there, and they had gotten their missing cards, and I said, oh, did you go register? And they were like, oh no, we didn't even know we were supposed to, like the line was quite long. And I said, no, really, it's worth it. Like make sure you get in line and register, and like you're gonna get a little vial and stuff. And so I do think there was like maybe a little bit of unknown in that logistical pipeline, which just speaks to what you're saying, in that you like have to think about so many little things. Like you might design a path for the audience member that seems really intuitive, but then you really have to think about how that's like being communicated to the person and all of the steps that have to go into it. And is the line too long? And like there's so many tiny things that go into something that might seem straightforward at the beginning.
And then it's like, where do you drive the line logistically? If we put a bunch of signage up that's like Steel Ministry, like that ruins the experience. It's like, okay, let's make the thing 16 feet tall, put a bunch of red new Star Wars New Order inspired flags, and so they'll go to it. Like it's tough. It's really tough. The book nooks, really early, we had that one locked and loaded. We knew we couldn't, but before we even had the balcony, which by the way, that was Dragonsteel. I suggested it once as a possible way to solve people crowding around the main stage. I was like, maybe we could like build balcony stage on the other side, and people can, and they latched on. They were like, we want that. No matter what, we want that. And I'm so glad.
Which was one of those things too, I think, from last year, like we're talking about, like, sorry, just really quick, just like the last year, you know, we talked about the stage was like not raised enough and there was like no way to see. But at the same time, even if you raise the stage, if you have seating everywhere and people start, you know, milling about and start watching the stage, you still have like this kind of sense of like, you know, audience are sitting like in a row and a certain, like, you know, you maybe are standing further back. And so it's just like, so that you're not punished as an audience member. It's like, hey, wait a second, there's a couple scenes that are taking place behind you. So you might actually be getting a front row seat if you're standing in the back. So that was also, I think that's why they wanted that.
Yeah, but they also just love the idea of having the meet cute up on a balcony.
Yeah.
So at first that idea came along a couple months in, but it was going to be like, we have the Elend book nooks, and that's where we'll do the meet cute, and we'll put the blue sconces there, and we'll set it up to look like it's the scene, but it's going to be ground floor. This is before we had any thoughts that like, oh, we could actually build a second floor to this whole thing. So the book nooks were in there really early on. That was supposed to be, again, a marrying of like logistical necessity and creative vision of like what's iconic in Mistborn Era 1, specifically what's iconic in Book 1. Kelsier's chalkboard, to me, I don't know. I love that chalkboard. I can see it in my head. There's a great image of him like pointing to it in the Mistborn card game. It's so iconic that they reference it all the time. I think in Book 3, even Ham is like, I'll take the coal any day, or like whatever. And I knew that we wanted to do that, but we didn't want to like have an area that was like the clubhouse, like Scott, Clubs' workshop. Like there's just no way to marry these things. So it was like, okay, there's still a way to do this. We just have to kind of fuse some ideas together. And when we had the idea to mount it, usually when you have a fireplace, you have like a picture above it, and
or a TV.
or a TV in modern day, sure. But you know, and we were like, well, why don't we just swap out the frame picture for the chalkboard and make it look really pretty? And so that's how we kind of decided to marry those things. I felt personally like it wasn't too far.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was great.
What's going on? There's a few secrets in there for sure. We had designed Sam from the Paladin team designed the lettering and like what it said and how, because the layout's not ever
I remember oh my god, I remember we were sitting in the office one day, and I think I was reading it out to him. I had the like you were writing on the whiteboard, and because he was going to design it. There's a lot of designers on our team, but we were sitting there, and I remember we were sitting in the office, and I was just like, and I was reading out the passage in the book where, you know, they're talking about like Kelsier's grand plan, and you know, someone says something, and then it, like in italics, I think it like shows him like you know, Kelsier wrote like, you know, Steel Ministry like on the board and whatever. And so we talked about how does that like look arranged on the board, like Lord Rulers in the center. Okay, like how do we have to sow chaos amongst the great houses. Like we have to attack the Luthadel garrison. We have to have a Ska rebellion. So like all these things, like how does that live on the board? Just taking the text from the book.
And then it has to be sized enough so that people can write on it.
Yeah.
Like whatever. It's all these things that we're always trying to figure out. The things we hid. So Sam put this all together, and then he drew some more stuff in, and then made it. He just applied a chalkboard erase effect, so it looks like someone actually erased the chalkboard in a few different areas, like smudged. It's not actually smudged, of course. And he had the hemalurgic spike diagram was written in there. There was a Merewell flower. The symbols of ruin and preservation were on either side. And then he had survive written out, and a Worldhopper Ball logo.
Cool.
So they were really just like fun little, like, I wonder if you're able to see these things.
So this year we went into this being like, okay, people really like to sign things. Or like they really like to, you know, that community aspect.
And it's,
leave their mark and be
it
part
scales.
of this.
And it's quick.
And it'd be part of this community aspect. And like Brandon's saying, it's like a quick thing to do. It's like we had a bunch of those silver markers. That was a whole thing too.
That's where I thought you were going to go with this.
Oh my God.
Do we use chalk? Do we use chalk marker? Is it erasable? Like, how are we going to flip it both sides? Oh,
it was just like I mean, again, these like logistical questions that you just think like, put a chalkboard up and have people sign it. It's like, okay, what do they sign it with? What does it look like? I mean, okay, if they're signing it like, you know, vertically, like we wanted to use like chalkboard pens, but you really have to like use those like, on like a flat page. So it's like, okay, great, grab silver markers instead kind of thing. But like, yeah, people really like to leave their mark and love that community aspect. And I'm so glad it was a hit this year too.
Yeah. So the other hidden Worldhopper things in the book nooks. What we had to put decor on the walls, of course, pretty standard. Lots of gold ornate frames made it seem of that time period. We had some things printed, and we had some things that just kind of came with the portraits, and we were like, this will be fine. It's an old guy dressed up from the 1700s. It'll be fine. It's not. So the printer that we used, we had a bunch of HD images from like Luthadel skyline, like things that felt more in world. We had portraits of the actors that we were gonna do kind of black and white and have them up there, like they were part of it and everything. And this is during load in, the day of the event, so Thursday in the middle of the day, we realized that is not going to work. The printer kind of overpromised, and they were like, we actually can't print any of this stuff for you. And it all has to be printed really high resolution and pretty large format. These are like 26 by 32 frames. Like they're big. And this was a couple hours before the event. And it was like, okay, we have 40, 80, 60, 140 feet of wall that needs to have
stuff,
some decoration on it.
Could be covered. And unfortunately, it has to be decorated. Exactly. And we were trying things. We were like, okay, we'll use our printer. It looked horrible. I mean, we're running out of time. And we also I wanted more books. And I was really like, we had sent people on runs to go to various Goodwills and get more old looking books. And I was just like, this isn't feeling like enough books. We don't have the pictures. And I went
again, quadruple your quantity.
It doesn't, it's never enough.
It's never enough.
Daniel Phipps. I went up to Daniel Phipps and I was like, hey,
from the Dragonsteel team.
From the Dragonsteel team. I was like, hey man, is there anyone, artists in the exhibitor hall that might be interested in like donating some work, books, pictures, anything? Like we really need the stuff for the events in a few hours. And he just took me around to different exhibitors, and he put an all call out on like their internal Discord that was like, hey, if there's any artists that want to donate artwork or books to be featured at the Worldhopper Ball. And so all of this people just kind of kept showing up at our production office. Like they're like, I was told to bring these pictures. Like,
and then Dragonsteel, I remember they also brought like a huge shipment of like their own
rounds. That's how the rounds ended up in there. We felt at first that it would be too on the nose, so we actually didn't have their leather bounds. And of course, when push comes to shove, like we'll use any.
Fill the space.
People really liked that they were there, and so this is one of those things that's like that classic event. Like it just worked out by just kind of sheer will and determination.
Well, also the community coming together.
100%.
The successes of these things is never the triumph of one person. It is always a team effort. When like an event can never happen on its own. If like someone is trying to do something by themselves, or they're like, I'll take care of it on my own, it never works out. It is always the success of the team coming together to make something a success every single time.
Yeah. So the stuff that ended up being on the walls and in the book nook areas, the books and the pictures, like half of it we found and we supplied and everything, but that other half really came from the community. Kind of saving our butts a little bit. Like, and
shout out to you guys, to the artists and to the authors,
absolutely,
for providing that. Thank you guys, really.
Yeah. Otherwise, we would have had a really embarrassing blank pictures up there.
Yeah, I thought it was fun because it felt like Easter eggs. That then, like, as soon as I saw the first one, Taln, I was like, oh my gosh, wait, okay, now I have to go look at all the other frames and like see what else is here. And so it felt like this fun scavenger hunt of like, let me find all the other little clues and like little Worldhopper things.
Plus we knew that you hid things, and
we did end up leaning
and so we were on the prowl the entire night.
There were Merwell flowers in the books, in the bookmarks.
So I want to use this as like a springboard, because you're talking about how it's never just one person. We're talking to you right now, but this was an event that required, I mean, what was the total number of, do you even know, of squires and staff and food and beverage? Do you have that like total? Was it 100 people? Was it 50 people?
With everyone, including squires.
Over 100.
Over 100 for sure. We had
Yeah, who all worked in shifts.
And a cast of
obviously,
about
yeah.
25
Got
right
it.
right out
And
the
then food and
gate.
beverage and
Mhm.
like, yeah. So
Yeah,
security, yeah,
Mhm.
all that
servers,
stuff. So just an incredible number of people to make this all happen. And I want us to start talking about the show itself because it was a bigger show, a longer show, and the cast was bigger. You brought back several kind of all-stars from the 2024 event, and I want to quickly go through the entirety of the cast, and then we'll kind of break things down a little bit more granularly. But starting with Jackson Brimrose, Nay Miller was Ellen. Emily Whitcomb
Mhm.
was Shan. Jackson Dickert was reprising his role as Hoid. Ryan Bailey was Vin. Danner Gerald was
Daner.
Sazed, or Zazed, if you must. And Kaleo Griffith was our Kelsier.
Then, as our obligators and steel inquisitors, we had Michael Carrasco, Christian Johnston, Cole Schneider, and Valora McCallum. For dancers, we had Megan and Sean Moe. And then we also had some very cool aerobatics and stunt people. And that includes Sophia Hanks, Michaela Finlinson, Wex Lee, and Meg Robinson.
I want to talk about all of these people. I want to talk about the show in its entirety, but I want to start with the returnees who were part of the 2024 cast and just kind of like get your insight there. So that's Jackson Brimrose, Jackson Dickert. We had Savannah, Wex, Sophia, Megs, all with non-speaking roles. What led you to hiring actors from last year that you'd previously worked with? Where was that like decision-making process?
I think Hoid was pretty much like Jackson Dicker. I think we even said this last year. We're like, this guy's got a gig for life if we keep doing this, you know? Well, he did also such a fantastic job, which
Yes.
also, to be fair, we did have him audition again. It just feels fair to do it that way, especially like if we had somehow we had some Hoid auditions, and if we had gotten one that was like, this is a fun new take on it, we think that the audience will love this. You know, we don't want him to, not have audition and be like, I never even got a chance kind of thing. But he was just so great and had a wonderful audition. Obviously, we love him. And it was like, we were like, we need to bring this energy back. Like, a lot of these stories are so serious, and like Hoid as a guaranteed kind of comedic relief, I think just adds some balance to the evening.
And what I'll add to that is right off the bat, we have everyone audition for the roles. Like we never guarantee or promise a role to anyone ever.
Yeah.
We have to make sure we have to be fair and not play favorites. But that being said, like with anything, like with any industry, like with any relationship, once you have established a way to communicate, like once you get someone and you like them and they're very talented and really good at what they do, you'll want to work with them again. You want to bring them back. I mean, there's a reason that Scorsese and De Niro do everything together,
Right, of course.
And Spielberg and Tom Hanks and all those other famous
Yeah,
relationships.
it's
like
obvious
Scorsese.
in so many working situations. I like that you've now compared yourself to Scorsese. And no, you're a Scorsese
Oh,
staying
no.
in. Yep, definitely going to keep that part.
I'll get big glasses.
Yeah, but I agree. It's seen so often, which is why I asked and kind of like, what is that value that the previous relationship brings to the production?
Trust more than anything, like talent, kindness, like personality and all that stuff. But trust is on an event. I mean, an event like this is I feel like I toot my own horn here, toot our own horns, but like this is a very unique event. It's really unlike a lot of other things that I've ever done. You've already got the pressure of the event. You've got a very limited time to load in, build everything, do everything, get it right. Most events, you just, once the doors open, you're like, okie dokie, we're good to go. Like people party, have fun, goodbye. They come and they go. And this one, you have the whole show and you have it only 2.5 days or so. So when you have talent that you trust already and they understand what your working dynamic is, that's an irreplaceable thing. So I think we were always hoping we'd have return cast members, but we never expected it until we saw the auditions and we're like, okay.
Yeah,
This
we
is really
definitely,
great.
I mean, I would say also, to be fair, I was like, you know, I mean, we didn't want to play favorites either. I think that we were very aware of that. I was constantly trying to be like, Brandon, we have to find the best actor or actress for this role or whatever. And I mean, Jackson Brimrose really did have like the best
Yeah.
Elend audition. I mean, he just like it was just blew us out of the water, and we're like, yeah, he has to come back. Like, I'm sorry,
He's
it's just
Elend.
like he's Elend.
He's born to be Elend.
And yeah, he had a wonderful audition, and we were so happy to have him back. And again, like Brandon's saying, like there's that trust there, and it was just so nice to have that mix of like the old with the new.
And to speak to the others who were recurring, Sophia, I approached Sophia earlier on when we decided we wanted to do an Aerialist Mistborn battle, and said, this is something that we're coming up with. You know, we'd love to have you be a part of it and have your troop be a part of it. And of course, she brought Meg back, and she kind of handled that element a lot, though. So Wex ended up coming in because Sophia actually asked her if she could organize the knife fighting scene, because Wex is a stunt coordinator by trade. She's an actress as well too, but she's really a stunt coordinator. So that's how Wex and Sophia and Meg all came back because of that. And then Lance Nielsen, Eric Higgins, and Maverick Ross Kelly all jumped in too.
As the Hazekillers.
As the Hazekillers,
Right, yes,
yeah.
yes,
Like
yes.
they were operating the teeter board
Mhm.
and
Right.
such, yeah.
And Savannah came back
As a
because
ballroom dancer.
she's a trained ballroom dancer.
Mhm.
And so when we
Oh.
knew we had to do, that's like, I think behind acting is like her next biggest passion is ballroom
Mhm.
dancing. So when we knew we were going to do the ballroom dance portion, then we had Megan and Sean Moe, who really ran the ballroom dance troupe. Like that was their whole thing. I just asked them, hey, can you work with Savannah too? Because I think it'd be really cool. And they were like, yeah, of course.
Megan and Sean, they also brought the dancers that they brought with them. They were like, they're from BYU, so they were all local, like really talented, like
state champions.
Yeah.
I want to say like world champions.
Yeah,
like,
I know they're state champ. They're incredible.
They're so talented. It was we felt so very lucky to have them. Yeah.
Was the ballroom dancing always in the plan, or did you get the like instructor and he was like, I have world-class ballroom dancers, and you were like, I will take those?
Once the name Waltz of the Final Empire was chosen,
I was gonna say,
we knew we were doing a ballroom dance performance of some sort, and then we had to kind of figure out, how does it work into the story? What are they doing there?
Yeah.
How many of them are there?
Yeah.
Like that. And then Megan and Sean came. They just like anyone, they're just incredible.
I know we're kind of veering a bit here, but like with the ballroom dancing, part of the reason why that even happened in the, like, again, like Brandon said, is because of the name of the event, the Waltz of the Final Empire. Also, Brandon and I, we do our own field research too. So like we have like paid for like balls that happen in LA just to see like what other companies are doing, for these fantasy balls. And one that we went to, they had this like ballroom dance instruction. And something that struck me about it was that if you weren't participating and you were kind of higher up, you could see everybody moving in sync with one another. And it was just like this beautiful scene, like out of a movie or something. And we were like, what a great way to get people to participate, especially if someone's nervous about dancing. They're like, I don't know how to dance. I'm wearing this fancy dress. Like, I feel like I'll just trip over my feet or look like a total weirdo. And it's like, here's like, someone is breaking it down for you, and you do it with a partner, whoever that may be.
Yeah, that was such a fun, because that was not only a way to participate, but also a way to invite community. I think it was the first night, like we were doing our little dance tutorial together, and there was a woman near us who was just there on her own, and she was doing her half of the dance basically. And a gentleman from like a little ways away, after a little while, came up and was like, hey, I'm on my own too. Like, do you want to dance together? And she was like, yeah, I do. It was so cute, because we were like sitting there, and I was thinking, I was about to tell Tyler, like, hey, next time you should go dance with her, like give her a partner. But it was so sweet to see this other person, meet someone new, and they were both just like, yeah, cool, okay, let's dance together. So it was just a really beautiful moment.
Yeah, and so we're going to
I
talk
love
about that kind of like dynamic of the show and the different ways that it broke down a little bit. But I want to make sure we focus in on who is really the star of the show. We had a couple of other actors. One is Ryan. Ryan was cast as Vin. I thought that she was an incredible Vin, just like really made that character come to life. And then we had Daner, who was Sazed. And, you know, with Ellen, those three are kind of like the icons of Mistborn. Yes, Kelsier, I know, but Kelsier dies in the first book. Spoilers. Hashtag all spoilers here, guys. But I think that, you know, those three are really iconic. And so tell me a little bit about the casting process for both of those characters, because I know one was very, very hard to find a Sazed, and I think also Vin was cast relatively early in the process. So tell me a little bit about that.
With Vin, I'm really proud of this one because
As you should be.
this was such a random chance moment. What I was going to say is that spoiler alert, I'm the one who like looks at all of our social media and manage it. So if you get a comment from Paladin Creative, 99% chance it's Monika.
95. I got 5%. I'm jumping in there.
DMs and things. Yeah, it's me. Sometimes it's me replying to me too. So like my personal account too from Paladin. Anyways, so because I do that, and so, you know, leading up to when we were auditioning, we were going through the audition process, and, you know, like Vin is one of those characters that, you know, is so beloved and so protected by the community. It's like, you better get this one right. Are you kidding me? And so the pressure really felt like it was on. And so I was on our social media and I was like looking, there was through our account, we have like different tabs on our notifications. And so it said followers. And so like sometimes like I'll click on followers just to see who started following us. And I happened to be scrolling through and I saw like Ryan started following us. I didn't know who this person was. Her avatar was like a silhouette of her face at the time. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I clicked on her, like tapped on her profile and noticed two things immediately. One, that she was an actress and had been in like, you know, real productions, like on camera and stuff. And two, that she looked exactly like Vin. And I was like, Brandon, I think I just had some weird miracle, like divine, you know, the universe smiled upon me moment. I think that this person could possibly be cast as Vin. I know it looks desperate and weird. Instead of like, you know, people reaching out to us for audition instructions, can I reach out to her and tell her that she needs to audition basically? And he was like, yeah, please go for it. Gave her, you know, and then she auditioned and she had this fantastic audition. And I like, even from her, and we told her this, it was really cute. We did, when we told the cast that they got the part, we surprised them with a call and we'd be like, can you jump on a call with like, you know, the Worldhopper Ball team really quick? And I think a lot of them thought it was like a callback or something. And then we would record the meeting and we'd be like, you got the part, so we could get their live reaction. So we have that recording somewhere. But
hers is so sweet.
Hers is so sweet. She talked about how
such a sweetheart.
Ryan is such a sweetie and like just so talented and so amazing. And like she talked about how much Vin meant to her and like how like she thought like she would never get something like
Was
this.
she already a Cosmere fan when she auditioned?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
That's how Monika.
Right. It's like she has posts and she's like, but that type of experience, because I know you already mentioned that there was like elements of social media that were much more important, and like Paladin Creative's social media is like an important aspect of the overall Worldhopper Ball. But this just goes to show you kids, have a good profile picture. You never know what can happen.
Again, it wasn't even of her face.
I know, just
like,
the silhouette. That's
time,
all that you
like,
need when it's Vin.
I guess, like, I mean, it was so funny. But anyway, but when we told her that she got the part, you know, she had like, and then we said this to her, we were like, when we showed her audition to Dragonsteel, because obviously like we go through our own process of like, you know, like let's watch the auditions, any that we think are worth passing on, you know, send them over to Dragonsteel. And as soon as they like even saw her thumbnail, they were like, wow, that looks like Vin already. They were just like, and then we played the audition and they were like, sold. That's it.
She was incredible. I do think like the visual and physical comparison is kind of obvious. She has a Vin look, but I also just felt like she did such a good job of really playing like the multiple sides of Vin. Vin is a very complex character. We meet her as like a street urchin, and then she's growing. She's like exploring her femininity, and the kind of growth that she has is like, I'm the assassin, I'm the dagger, I'm a killer, I'm a person, I'm myself, I am the ascendant warrior. And just like that, I saw it all, even though we only got 2 hours with Ryan as Vin. I could imagine her playing this out in the trilogy, and like I could have seen her go forward and like become the full realization of Vin just from the work that she was given.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, there was the stunt version
Right.
of Vin, which I think was Sophia. Is that correct?
That was Sophia.
Right.
And,
So-
and they're friends,
So-
actually.
Wait, they're friends?
Now
They're friends, and
Yes!
not only that, no, they were already friends,
Oh.
and they had worked together. And I believe it's Sophia. I don't remember if it's Sophia or Ryan. One of them has a few sisters.
Sophia.
Sophia has a few sisters, and Sophia and Ryan already look so similar that people would mistake them for the
Oh my
sisters all the
gosh.
time. And so when I was like, when we had Sophia, when we found Ryan, it was just like we were just like shocked how much they looked. They look so similar. And then we talked to them about it, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we're friends." Like, yeah, oh my god,
That's
used to
crazy.
confuse us. Like,
Because
perfect.
Sophia
Yeah.
also, I was so impressed with her performance as the like stunt version of Vin. Obviously, we saw her incredible aerial skills last year, and she did a beautiful
Right.
job. But there's a very different thing between acting and being an aerial performer. Not every aerial performer is going to be able to give a really convincing, like, emotional performance. And I was
Mhm.
so impressed with the way that Sophia was also able to deliver such a beautiful,
Yeah.
not only physically skilled, but emotionally skilled performance in her version of the show.
I agree. Like I
Totally.
thought that aspect, and kind of like the ping ponging is the phrase I'm going to use, but just to help the audience a little bit, we're welcomed into the show, the actual performance, with Hoid and Kelsier kind of introducing this concept of like Kelsier is going to tell a story about how he came to respect Ellen, and Hoid's going to listen, definitely not talk. Hoid would never do that. But that kind of brings us into the world of Vin going to the ball, Sazed as her mentor, meeting Ellen for the first time on the balcony. It's such a great like entry point for the audience, but then it stops and it goes to the photo op, and then it transitions to the group dance, and then it has another moment where we go back to the story and Ellen's on the balcony behind, and attention and actual like physical movement happens of the audience as they're going to the back of the room where we entered and are watching that part. And then we see the full ballroom dance, the professionals, like after we learn and shuffle around the floor, then the professionals take over. And then there is the Aerialist performance, and finally there is the reimagined ending, the ending as it could be or as it should be. And I thought this whole structure that you gave the performance was really essential, and it really helped like keep the night moving, keep the story moving, because you could have just gone straight through. You could have just started and just like moved to the end, and just like stayed with everything. But kind of the bouncing back and forth created energy in itself. And so I want to talk a little bit about the other actors that we had, Shan and Sazed, as these two other performers. Tell me about the kind of like the casting that went into both of them, and how they contributed to the overall story.
For sure. So Daner Gerald,
Mhm.
Mhm.
I cannot even.
What a amazing.
Oh
man.
my goodness. I was shook, man. Like he was just so
He was
perfect
incredible.
in so many ways. The way he inhabited Sazed was like, oh my God. I just kept asking him to like say lines. I was just like, dude, how are you doing this? It was incredible. So Daner, like most of the actors, Daner submitted an audition very early on, actually. Him and Wex are really good friends. So Wex was like, hey, Daner, you would fit this role really well, and it's just an audition. He auditioned. I mean, I feel like he was one of the first like 10 people to audition. And we saw it and we were like, oh, this is okay, pretty cool. This is really good. We need to like wait a couple months though. And so we, because we need to make sure to see if other auditions come through, make sure it's fair. Nothing touched him at all. It was really clear when we kind of got to the end of the casting process that that no one was anywhere near him. And I remember just being like, oh God, I hope he's still available. Like it's been a couple months. Luckily he was. And one of the interesting things with Daner is that Daner hadn't yet read Mistborn.
Oh.
So he was familiar-ish from what like Wex had talked to him about. And like he read my character briefs and read some stuff online, but
by the time he performed.
Yes, I'm gonna get there.
Yeah.
I promise. He auditioned and it wasn't really Sazed as I think people would have known him, but I understood why he did the performance he did for the audition. And I remember just being like, this guy's so talented. If he reads the book, he's going to nail it. And so when he first started, when we told him he got the part, then he picked up Mistborn. And watching him like slowly become Sazed while literally discovering who Sazed is was so cool. I think when we were on site, he was not finished with the trilogy yet.
I think he finished the second book or something on the second night or something.
So he was going through what Sazed was going through, and every day he had something new. I think the second day of rehearsal, he was like, hey, I think I've like found a way for him to stand like with his hands and the way I position his feet.
All his fingers templed.
And his feet are next to each other at all times. And he showed us and we were like, yeah, my dude, that's incredible. Like that is Sazed. And I just want to gush about him forever. And Jesse Thaxton, who made his costume and many of the other costumes. Jesse Thaxton and Sunny Valentine both made costumes. But Jesse made these like beautiful layered patterns that we kind of modeled off of the female lead from Shogun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry.
The female lead from Shogun has these like layered robes. And so we took a lot of inspo from that because it was a real tangible thing that had been made. So the costume, when he put that costume on and started walking around the room observing people, which we didn't have in the script.
The gold earrings too. Oh my God.
And the earrings, at one point, Sarah Reidinger, who's our show manager, our casting director and show manager, was like, hey, how are these earrings? And I remember just being like, no, we need like gold, copper, metal, like steel. Like we need to show more variations in the metals. And then she put them all on. And it was amazing. And he was so good at Sazed. I would watch him perform over and over again on social media since we've done the event. I just keep watching him say things and stand. And like whenever he interacts with guests and he does this like little bow and he's like, I just listened to his inflection and his tone. And he got the part just through normal audition. And we watched him. I've never watched an actor slowly inhabit a role before. So far, it's been people who like are giant fans and they're like, they already know. And watching Daner become Sazed was like, it was a very cool experience.
And it was like really cool too, because he, like you're saying, he didn't know the ending of the trilogy. So it's like, he doesn't know that he becomes Harmony. Again, spoiler alert, sorry. But the fact that we couldn't have asked it to be better in that way. Like after the fact, I'm like, yes, this is the perfect sequence of events that you don't know and that you only know like this much about the character. Couldn't have known that before this event, but it was so perfect. And he just did such a phenomenal job. Yeah. It was really like this wonderful journey that we got to like watch him go on, and everybody's like sitting there like vibrating like, oh, you're gonna find out your Harmony. Like you are the hero of ages.
Well, I mean, that's an exciting reading journey for him.
Yeah. What a way to read Mistborn for the first time.
Just be like, I am this character. And then like he's like flipping through and he has a very emotional into book 2 where he's like fighting on the wall.
Yes.
And so he's just like, okay, I'm getting it. And then he's going to open up book 3. I hope he continues, but he's going to open up book 3 to find out. He did finish everything now.
Yes,
perfect.
He finished.
Yeah.
He texted
us. Oh, love it. Just be like, unfortunately, I am the hero of ages.
And what about Shan?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, really quickly about Shan. Just like this is just one of those things where it's like if we with Ryan too, I really quickly wanted to say that I know Ryan had mentioned on her not callback, but when he told her that she got the part, she was like, I was thinking of auditioning at some point anyways. And so like thank you for the push and whatever. So if we have the one side as Ryan where it was just like the serendipitous, match made in heaven, oh my goodness, like such a talent. I cannot wait to see that girl go far, by the way. She is so, like you said, Tyler, she brought such depth to the character. Similarly, Emily, on the other side, she emailed us back in like January of last year. And she was like, hi, like heard about this Worldhopper Ball. Really awesome. Would love to know how to audition. And like to her credit, like stayed in touch with us, like not too much that it was like, okay, girl, calm down, but also not like, but also not so infrequently that I'm like, wait, who is this? Like she really kept on top of it and like clearly was knowledgeable about the books. And honestly, like, let me just be very clear. That would have all been like all good and fun and great. If she had a terrible audition, she would not have gotten the part. But then she submitted her audition and then she had this really wonderful audition.
Regina George at its finest.
It was like, she was, and Emily is such a sweetheart.
Oh my God.
Emily is one of the kindest people. I'm just like, I want to protect you and keep you safe forever because you are like what is good with the world. Like she is so sweet. And then she instantly turns it on with Shan. She also like was showing me how like she had reread the books and like took notes and was like, from writing notes about Shan's POV and her motivation. She's like, I sympathize with Shan a lot more. And then she would like text Jackson Brimrose because obviously he's playing Elend. She's like, oh yeah, like I can't believe you left this girl, blah blah blah, all, And it was like she like really did her homework, and it was just.
We ended up giving her more to do in the show because she was so good during the script reading on Zoom.
She was just like the perfect foil. I think someone even mentioned, forgive me, I don't remember who said this, but somebody was saying that how you like being insulted by Hoid, she's like the female version of that in a different way of just like, oh, I'm a mean girl, but it's funny. And like, and she's standing around, people are taking pictures with her and she gets to like, dress them down verbally, and like, and it's so fun. And she was just really wonderful too. Just like, I mean, just talking about how all these people came together is just, and I mean, of course we have to mention Kaleo, who played our Kelsier. I think his claim to fame also before this part in the Cosmere community specifically is that he is the narrator of the Isles of the Emberdark audiobook.
Yeah, he's our Dusk.
And so came in and was like so excited for this part. And I remember we saw his headshot and we were like, because it was, again, Kelsier is so hard to nail down and so many people debate about how old he is, even though it says how old he is in the books. But he just fit the part so well in so many different ways. And like, it was just, he was very excited to be a part of it and build out the Cosmere community as well. Like, so shout out to all of our actors. You were all wonderful.
Our Steel Ministry also absolutely knocked out of the park. I loved watching them have so much fun. And they had different interpretations. One had this like the words dripping off his mouth, the like, if you like Voldemort. Another guy had like actually Savannah's father, Michael Carrasco, by the way.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. He was like insane sounding, like I forget the name of one of the Inquisitors, but he's like smiles when he's watching everyone die. Like he's totally insane and crazy. And he had that vibe. And Valora organized all of our Steel Ministry. So that was just great.
Incredible.
I thought the whole cast really did come together in an amazing way. And the way that you structured the show was interesting and kind of like supported the dynamic atmosphere. Let's talk a little bit more about that. And then like, as we bounce around through the show, we'll kind of like focus in on the specific people who are involved in each of those segments. So let's do that. Let's talk about the show, the performance aspect, because it was a longer show this year. It was more complicated, or more aspects were involved. And yet it still had really compelling moments that kind of just are stuck in my mind and that I know people have been like talking about and reliving and wanting to relive. And so I'd love to just kind of like start at the beginning, and let's do that with the introduction in the opening tunnel. Before we get to the pits, there's Kelsier and Hoid. Can you tell me a little bit about that decision of how you came to see them as like the focal point, the storytellers that they are?
Yeah, absolutely. So the decision to put Kelsier and Hoyt together in that tunnel was, again, this is something that's kind of coming up a lot throughout this conversation, is marrying the logistical need with the creative vision. Last year, people waited in line for a really long time. I mean, we didn't want that to happen again. We didn't want people lining up waiting for 2 hours just so they could, get close to the stage. So this year we based the arrivals on kind of how the Haunted Mansion does it, where you have a bunch of people, you go into the circular room, you get a spiel, and the Haunted Mansion sinks, and you get off to the ride, and then another wave comes in. So that having Kelsier and Hoid meet people wave by wave in the entry tunnel kind of area was a logistical way to get people through more efficiently, more effectively. And we thought it would be a fun way to carry the story more than anything. Like we referenced earlier with the Muppets
Yeah.
Christmas Carol. You meet Rizzo and Gonzo before anyone else. You need to know your narrators before you actually enter the story, and they're the ones that invite you to participate and enter through the spiritual realm to the cognitive realm to the physical realm, right? So without their introduction, without their spiel, they set your expectation for the night immediately, right then and there. So no one's surprised, or no one's caught off guard. Hopefully people are surprised in a good way. But going into an event with too many surprises is a little unnerving. You want to have an understanding of what you're going to experience and what you're going to see. And that was the decision there, was to really give a guiding hand for the guests of what the night would look like. We also started Hoid in his beggar costume, which basically we just threw a black cloak on him and told Jackson Dicker to just kind of wait. I don't know if anyone approached him, but he would have had banter for anybody who actually approached him.
I feel like when we were in the tunnel, there was almost like some whispers about it. People were like not sure if they should get closer or not, or like it was very funny.
It's respectable.
Yeah. I liked in that opening kind of sequence as well that because we had these guides to the experience, they brought us in with the script also of like describing us to us as world hoppers, and like, oh, take this story, back to the worlds that you're from, and kind of gave us a little bit of a character or a role to play that just set the stage for the immersion and kind of primed the audience for the suspension of disbelief sort of aspect.
Totally. The kind of extending the hand and the
Yeah.
audience taking the hand. It was a very invitational feeling, right?
Little amuse-bouche before you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then we get our starter course, if you will, when we step into the Pits of Hassan tunnel. And, tell me some secrets that you put in there. I also know that the tunnel was maybe going to play a more active role. And I think that is a fun little element as well in terms of things, but comes back to this, like, what's a logistic reality that we're dealing with. And so just like last year, you have this tunnel or teleportation or L-skate that moves the normal person from the normal world through something fantastical, and then it opens up on the Grand Ballroom. You talked about that last year as being really important and significant. So tell me what secrets you had in the Pits of Hassan.
Oh, I love to share the secrets. Yes, and to reiterate, I do think it's very important for the guest to, again, really encourage the suspension of disbelief. They're dressed up. We've had the extension of the hand. Welcome to our story. You are now part of it. Even then, if you just opened a door and people could walk right in, it would still be a little abrupt.
Right.
That transition of that's the version of the Haunted Mansion kind of going underground and revealing those extra pictures and stuff. it's just really, really lets you sink into the world that you're gonna experience and exist in, you know. Yes, so we chose to actually do a Scadrian subastral beginning and a Pits of Hathsin ending,
Right.
because if you were going through the cognitive realm, that's what would happen. If you were going through Ruin's perpendicularity, you would first be in the Scadrian subastral, and that's made up of misty silhouettes of buildings, which we had with fabric. We actually took the Luthadel skyline and cut it out with black fabric, laid it on top of another fabric to kind of give it a misty feeling. And then you would move through that portion, and then you'd see the obvious kind of crystalline areas where the geodes were, and where, you know, we had the Pits of Hathsin kind of glowing everywhere. So inside, we keep calling it the Shadesmar Tunnel just because it's kind of an interchangeable,
Sure. Yeah.
easy way to say it. So inside the Shadesmar Tunnel, first of all, we had music that we spent a long time mixing with Colton, who's on our show team. Shout out Colton, helped tremendously with my music choices, and then I'd be like, dude, I don't know where to go from here. I need it to fit this specific thing, and he's always like, I got you. So we had specific music playing, but the thing that the secret that was in there, I haven't heard anyone talk about this, but we had a voice that was supposed to be the voice of Ruin, and it would play every, I want to say 10 to 15 seconds. It was a very low voice, and it was always introduced with a pulse, because of a bronze pulse. This is when Kelsier in Secret History finally finds Ruin, and he notices that there's these pulsating coming out from him, and then there's a word that he's getting through to the physical realm. And so we would have like pulse, survive, pulse, the announcer, pulse, world bringer, all things end. Like, we had this voice that was kind of doing that throughout the whole thing. And I don't know, again, I have no idea if anyone caught it or
I'm
not,
trying
but that
to
was supposed to
remember
be
if
like,
I heard it. I feel like it is one of those things where it's so overwhelming as like an audience member, and you're so excited, and you're like trying to get to the, you know, the ballroom, but you also are trying to see everything in the tunnel, and there's so much like going on. Do you remember hearing?
Well, I think what you said about sound mixing and sound design is a huge element that does disappear into the background. You're not necessarily supposed to hear clearly every single sound cue and sound effect that's going on in a good sound mix. And so, do I remember those phrases that? No. But I did feel like survive was kind of the one that like jumped out. And then everything else is creating the atmosphere and the vibe. And it is, like you said, a low tone of a voice. And that is kind of like, you know, giving a little creepiness or a little kind of Mistborn-esque.
Ambiance,
Yeah, exactly. And so I love those types of things. But I would say, if I was going to guess, probably 80 to 90% of people missed it entirely. And it's just like, it's creating the ambiance, but they don't have a recollection of like, this stood out in my mind. And I don't know if to you that's like good or bad. I think it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, okay, good. I didn't mean to like criticize you in any way, because I do think it's like a very subtle aspect that sets the tone really well, like that whole tunnel does.
I was just gonna say really quick too, like what you're saying really speaks to, I think, the experience that we always try to create. And like, I think we spoke to this last year, of how there are so many different like little references, details, Easter eggs. And like last year, not everybody gets to see or like hear with the whispers in the tunnel, or everyone gets to hear them. But as like you're saying, they're part of creating that ambiance. There is, your subconscious picks it up somehow. It invites you in. There's something about like, you feel more in it. Like, I think that it's great that people, if they notice it, they notice it. That's wonderful. But like you're saying, you don't have to notice it for it to still have the same effect of, this is some sort of space that is creating this ambiance and this doom, and there's a gravity there.
Now, we talked a lot about the entrance to the ballroom and kind of that space that you walk in. The show does not begin immediately. So let's kind of fast forward to the actual beginning of the show, unless there's something that you want to kind of insert in between those two things.
First of all, there are a few more. I can quickly
Yeah, rapid fire. Hit me
give
with some
you
stuff.
secrets,
Yes.
and then I'll tell you one thing that leads
Okay.
in well. We wanted to do Tensoon paw prints. This was something we planned to do, was to have we were like, how do we get the wolfhound in here without making it look ridiculous? And so we were like, oh, we'll hide bioluminescent paw prints because they live essentially Conjure Homeland is there.
Yeah, you had the idea. You wanted to bring in like a
Like
stuffed,
a stuffed
wolfhound.
It's too
And first
much.
of all, even if you got a really good one, it would have been way too expensive. And it's like it looks like
It
a
just looked
toy. And
ridiculous.
so I was like, wait, we can do decals. What if we
Yes.
did paw prints and we just
ran out of time. So that one didn't make it. But we hit Naz's knife. I hit a stage knife in there.
Fun.
And then we put Kelsier's balls of mist. Those were like floating balls covered in cotton that kind of like pulsated a little bit. They blended in really well. So they looked a little too much, I think, like the other decor, but I was like, those are the balls of mist. And then we also put one geode inside, an actual geode that you could reach your hand into that had atium in it and coins. Like I put a few coins in there just to see if anyone noticed. We had the geode facing the same direction as the audience, though. So if someone was to turn around, they might see it. It was lit up too.
Got it.
Like you could, but it wasn't facing you because we didn't want everyone
running.
sticking their hands. Exactly. So again, I'm not sure if that was picked up because you would have had to really look behind you to notice it. But we had like a full one where you could put your hand in and get some coins.
Oh, that's so
fun.
I love those little things.
And then the thing that transitions us forward. I said this earlier, it took us quite a long time to figure out the logistics of how to get the misting cards into people's hands, right? Something that we were trying to do prior to that was getting people a glass of champagne or a glass of something. And a little gag that I really like is when a gloved hand reaches out from kind of a wall, kind of nowhere, and hands you one. Like that's kind of an event gimmick that you'll see. And it's really effective and mysterious and weird. And so we kept trying to think of how do we get people these cards quick enough so no one bottlenecks. And then I started to kind of drift towards like, maybe there are hands in the pits of Hath's Sin.
Creepy.
Because it's like, well, how do we reference that it's this thing, this dark thing where people are obviously reaching their hands into the geodes, but make it elegant. And so we were planning to do white gloves with red thread, which would be like the scratches.
Right.
And we would have about 10 pairs of hands giving the cards out inside of the pits. Ultimately, logistically, that did not work. So we had to scrap it. But it was a really, really fun thought of how to get the misting cards into people's hands. So.
Yeah, certainly would have been a creepier introduction instead of like the squires.
But like so appropriate for the place, to your point, Brandon, of like, this is a creepy place where people are being tortured.
Yeah.
Right. And we didn't want to draw too much attention to that, but we tried to find an elegant solution there.
Yeah.
And then
once we enter into the ballroom space, the show begins. And I want you to kind of just like take us through the script a little bit, take us through the experience of those actors early on, and kind of help us understand a little bit more about the beginning of the actual performance itself.
So yes, of course. Once guests are inside the ballroom, again, we do the waves. That takes about 20 to 30 minutes to get everyone through. We always had Jackson Brimrose as Elend Venture in his balcony above you.
Right.
So if you walked in the room, once you actually look around the room, and if you were to turn 360 behind you, you would have noticed Jackson Brimrose reading Elend Venture, reading his book on his balcony with the blue sconce lamps.
I did not notice that. There's
no way.
There's so much else to see in the space.
Yeah.
Like I was definitely, looking around and looking up at like the chandeliers and the drapery and all of the other things. But again, there's so much to see. I did not notice that Elend was up there.
Right.
Yeah, to be fair, I think a lot of people didn't, or if they did, it was like, the later sessions.
Yeah.
But you would have had to like step right out and then like look directly up to like notice him. I just want to have a quick insert because I'm sure someone will ask. The book that he was reading that, that later comes up in the show again. It was a small book of old fairy tales.
Oh.
And so he actually, Jackson told me that he actually got through some of the book while he was up there.
I didn't know that.
Just a little aside.
So Jackson would be up there, and I whenever I was at the door, I would always randomly shout out, "My goodness, is that Lord Venture in his balcony?" and point, and then just walk away. As people are coming in, he is up there reading. When the show actually starts, we also always had our the Maywood string orchestra. I want to shout out our string quartet. We're always on stage, performing a mix of classical music, video game music, and movie themes. And they did a phenomenal job. They really set a fantastic atmosphere for the entire arrivals procedure. So once everyone was through the tunnel in the event, they have their misting cards. They're walking around, hanging out. We always, again, over comms on our headsets. All right, everyone's through. Great. And then we would gesture to the quartet. And we always had them end with the Final Fantasy main theme. Yeah, anyways, always had them. That was the signal to everybody behind the scenes that we were now going into the show. So that'd be the last song they would perform live. Then Kelsier and Hoid would continue the journey. They would pick up essentially where they left off when they said, "We'll see you guys on the inside." And then they would introduce Vin and Sazed. And then we kind of would go through the first scene when Vin first attends her first ball in Venture Keep, and Sazed is saying, you must dance with the others, sit at this table to show yourself as single, and we have a scene there. And then she goes and sits at a singles table kind of a thing. And then we would break for photo ops after the other characters had been introduced as well.
Now, I thought that all of the actors were great, but Vin, as our main character, needed to look the part. And we talked about the physicality of Ryan really helping us buy in. But the other part of that is the costuming. And she looked so great.
She had this gorgeous red dress that really made her the center of attention. In that costuming way, as well as just, her stage presence that really showed us that she was, the main character here. Do you want to talk a little bit about her beautiful costume?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it was stunning.
Stunning. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was so stunning. And, just so everyone is clear, we had two different costume designers on the show. We had Jesse Thaxton, who designed Sazed, Hoid, the Steel Ministry,
Kelsier.
and Kelsier. And then we had Sunny Valentine of Valentine Bridal returning, and she did the dresses, the ballroom gowns for Shan Elariel, Vin, and then also did Elend's kind of coat. So for your current question, Sunny did Vin's dress, and it really showed that, this was done by a professional
It's
dressmaker.
her specialty is just making women's dresses and making them fantastic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And picking what dress Vin wore was, again, one of these conversations that went on for months, because there's I think almost every color in the rainbow is mentioned. I know she has blue famously, black famously, white famously. There's a lot of dresses that she wears that are all very iconic. The red dress was chosen by Isaac Stewart, and he basically said this is a non-negotiable.
Oh, wow.
Isaac has very few requests. He's one of the kindest human beings I've ever met in my life, but he was that's what I really want to see. He loves the red dress, the low neckline with the gossamer full sleeves. I have the quote in front of me that we used for a lot of the description. Of course, we had to meet that request to Isaac. Once he said this is what he really, really wanted to see, we were like, great, no worries. We'll make sure it's done that way. So Sunny integrated a lot of the elements that were lifted from the book. I know that she had painted wood berets in Vin's hair. She had these kind of the gossamer sleeves that were made from a kind of a sheer fabric, and then a gold filament that were I believe it was on her shoulders, neck, and on her waist.
Mm-hmm. Ryan has naturally really long, beautiful brown hair. Obviously, we weren't going to ask her to cut it, and she actually wore and styled the same wig that she wore in her audition. So it was just very this full circle moment of this cute little wig that she wore in the audition worked out really well, and then restyled to look a little bit more, lady of the court for the event.
It looked great. I thought that was her real hair.
Yeah, wigs are tough, and you never know, especially the more volume of hair a person has, it can make it tough. But yeah, Vin looked really great. And I just cannot be kind enough or enthusiastic enough about Ryan's portrayal of Vin. And a huge part of that does come down to the look and the experience. The wooden things in her hair is just like a perfect,
Such a
fantastic.
good touch.
Exactly. And it's just like that attention to detail that I love so much. From a show perspective, we break and go to photo ops, and kind of each of the characters is either at the front stage or they're around the room. I think Kelsier and Elend were kind of in the back near the book nooks. I have said before, I thought this was great in terms of breaking up the dynamic of the show and giving time to breathe. Of course, logistically, time to eat, time to drink, time to mingle and socialize, like all of those parts
Exactly.
And
of
just like a way of encouraging folks to move
move.
so that you
Yes.
didn't have the
Mhm.
same group of people just entrenched at the front of the stage for the entire
Yes.
time. I thought that was
Yeah.
such a smart way that you guys had a cadence to the show to kind of allow some movement throughout. That was a real help, I think, both sort of emotionally and logistically, and for the story also sort of added some time in, because there is like time passing.
Exactly, and thank you for saying that. It's something we try never to forget. This is a living, breathing thing. Like, this isn't a play that we're sitting down to watch. This is something that the guests are meant to be participating in, and we wanna make sure that that's always top of mind.
So walk us through the meet cute and their kind of relationship up on the balcony, because that was another aspect of like moving the audience around as like attention and focus drifted backwards.
Yes, this was a really big thing that we wanted to have, once we knew we could, build second floors essentially in this ballroom. We did not wanna have a repeat of people posting up at the front of the stage. We wanted to really try to encourage people to move around. So we split up the action, had a main stage at the front, and then the balcony at the back, which we built at 12 feet high. So if you were standing up there, you'd be close to 18 feet
Wow.
high. It was a very tall balcony. So we already had Elend Venture up there, of course, with his blue sconces and everything, reading his book. But we don't have that balcony lit up.
Hmm.
That's really if you notice him, great. If not, no big deal. So when we actually switch focus, when we switch action to the balcony, we dim the main stage and we light up the balcony fully. Very concentrated, so it's very obvious and clear that we're doing a scene up there. And that scene is lifted straight from the book. I believe the dialogue is almost word for word the interaction between Vin and Elend, when he's like, "Here's the problem with leaving. You always find a pretty girl comes and takes your seat." And that's really Vin and Ellen's first meeting that we see. And it's a very nice moment, and like a great way again to split up the action, because while people are watching over there, we're getting ready behind the stage and on the stage for the next beat, which is this kind of in-world dance instruction.
Yeah, I loved the dance instruction.
It was really fun. Is the poem that they used to teach the dance, is that from the books?
So no, it is not from the books,
Okay.
but it was built really, really specifically with canon in mind.
Hmm.
Who wrote it?
So Sean and Megan Moe, who were the ballroom dance instructors, they really had like the troupe. They were responsible for all the dancers, for hiring them and for bringing them on and everything like that. My first conversation with Sean, I told him that what would be really cool is doing a dance instruction that was in world, and I didn't have that much to go off. I was like, man, I'm not a dancer. He's a professional ballroom dancer. And I said, what would be really cool is to have, as you're walking people through the steps, that there's some sort of verbiage, or there's something that's like mist cloak out, mist cloak down. Like, you
Right.
know what I
Yeah,
mean? I
yeah.
was just kind of throwing things out there, like ash falls, whatever. And I was like, I'd really like to see something that feels like it's based on mythology, that it's based on lore. And then Isaac Stewart dropped this little lore beat about burial rites on Scadrial, in modern day Scadrial, and how oftentimes the body is left out for the first ash fall to cover it completely before they're buried.
Oh.
And then me and
Mm.
Sean started to talk about like Ring Around the
Mhm.
Rosie, and how that's kind of, there's a morbidity to it, but it's integrated. And after that, I was like, hey man, you got this. You just let's talk in a week. And he had that poem laid out, and they sent us a video of them recording the steps set to the poem. And we were honestly
Wow.
blown away. We were like,
Yeah.
wow, talk about like taking the assignment and running with it. We were
That's
so shocked.
incredible. I mean, the poem was so good. I completely, believed that it was in world. It felt perfectly part of Scadrial. And it was so helpful for the dance learning process. I thought that was such a smart way to go about teaching a huge group of people that obviously a lot of those people are going to be not even close to dancers, have maybe no movement
Yeah.
experience at all, don't know how to count music, don't know how to listen to music, right?
Brooke's talking about
Even
me now.
even if the dance is very simple, right? It can be really
Mhm.
hard for folks with no dance experience or movement experience at all to try to follow and learn. And I thought using a poem to do it was so smart. I have a lot of movement experience and I still found it incredibly helpful to like learn the dance very
Mhm.
quickly because the
Right.
poem was such a good mnemonic device.
I agree. I think that Shan and Megan, I was really blown away of just like, this person is so good at instruction. This person, you can tell, is like a professional. They do this all the time or have been doing this for decades. And it showed, it made the whole experience like kind of, I don't know, it was just like, it was a thing that didn't exist last year. Obviously, we did dance last year, but this group dance.
But you weren't invited to
Yes,
dance.
exactly.
You weren't given the hand of participate in this dance with us.
Yeah.
It like in world, Sazed, who has copperminds, is going to give you the spiel. Like I think it's a different thing, like you're saying.
I agree. I felt very much part of a community that was like all dancing together. And there's a very cool scene, obviously, really great scene from A Knight's Tale when they have like a musical, modern musical cue, but they're all dancing in that kind of way of just like the whole group. And it just kind of reminded me of that, we're twirling and then I might be focused on my partner in the majority of the moment, but sometimes my view flows outwards and I'm looking at the group and everybody's hands are going up and they're falling and we're all in unison. And that was just a really cool aspect of the overall performance. I liked it quite a bit.
And another super smart aspect of this section was that the professional ballroom dancers were kind of scattered throughout the room as examples.
Yes.
There was also a couple up in the balcony
Yes.
demoing. So no matter where you were in the room, you were going to be able to see someone who was very confident in the movements and like you were going to be able to watch and learn no matter where you were.
Right. And this is all going back to how do we solve a logistical problem of there's 700 people. How do we teach all of them this thing at the same time? Right. We put instructors all over the room. We have mnemonic devices.
Right.
Like this was all really trying to solve that problem. And the music was Vals die Fantastica. So a lot of people have online been like, what was that music that they used? It was from Final Fantasy 15.
Oh, nice.
And then actually the dance instruction, the poem, as well as the choreography are online. I believe there's some people doing the dance on TikTok.
Oh my gosh,
and
how
Instagram
fun!
So if you want to find it, there's, I think, lots of examples online if you want to relive the dance.
Oh, I love that. And then I just wanted to say that in addition to solving a logistical problem, I think this also really helped kind of emotionally because my impression was that most people really felt included. And I think when you do something like teach a dance, there is kind of an automatic nervousness that can happen or people can feel really self-conscious being asked to move their body publicly. They might feel self-conscious about not being able to remember it or, whatever, all of these things. And I think you did such a great job of structuring everything to really soothe any of those fears that people might have and make it a super welcoming atmosphere that the bar to entry was very low, that everyone could participate and feel really good about it.
And that's all Shan and Megan and their incredible ballroom dancers. Like, again, we just had really good conversations. We trusted them. Shan was also a really big fan of the series. That is all them.
Truly incredible. Yeah, I thought it was a great part of the overall show for all the reasons we've talked about. It didn't need to exist. Last year, nothing like this existed, but it was a 10-minute. I don't know what the actual like timestamp was for you guys, because I'm sure something else was happening in the background while we're all doing this. But like, it wasn't a long portion of the night, but I thought it was an important one. So hats off to Sean and Megan and the whole team that really helped everyone buy into this experience.
And then we went into an actual scene with Shan.
Mm-hmm.
Shan Elariel.
Yes.
Oh, we love Shan so much.
Our first villain
Our
too.
first.
Yeah.
Right. We didn't have a
first-
villain last year.
We didn't have a villain last year at the Worldhopper Ball. I mean, it's a wedding.
Yeah.
It'd be
You had a
odd.
villain
I mean,
there.
the biggest thing we had was Chana Mama drop in.
Yeah,
but
right.
she
that,
was sort of a
she was an
villain.
interloper more than anything.
Right.
Exactly.
So
So Shan was our first villain. It was just so fun to see her
Yeah.
be mean to
And
everybody.
During the ballroom dance instruction, again, we wanted to have our actors be participating in everything and talking and saying lines. We found a way to integrate Sazed with the copperminds, and he started walking around. Dana
Yes.
started walking around and kind of looking at people, and that was
And
amazing.
he would give like
But
a little
then-
dance instruction. It was very cute.
Yes. And then Emily, I think it was after the first night backstage, Emily was like, hey, you can totally say no to this, but I just think it'd be really Shan Elariel of me to walk around and do the opposite of what Dana is doing and criticize people and look at them and judge them and turn my nose up at them. And I was like, I love that. Let me get approval from Dragonsteel. They immediately said, yeah, it's awesome. And so then so Dana's walking around being Sazed, very calming, like, yes, I love your twerk.
Mm-hmm.
And then Shan is the opposite, like, what are you
Exactly.
what are you doing here? You're terrible.
Brooke, you just talked about how you felt so
so
inviting and
welcoming.
accepting.
Yeah.
And
People
she's
love
like, stop
that
dancing,
from
you're
her.
terrible.
Yeah. And that also is meant to set up Shan for this scene. So now
Right.
she's kind of interacted with people. So when it goes into the Shan Elariel scene, it's not too much of a surprise.
Was there anything about that scene specifically? Because it is, I think, Vin and Shan interacting, and it's kind of setting up the Elend is betrothed, and this kind of conflict, this meet cute has a conflict on top of it. So was there anything unique about those scenes with them?
The personalities between the three of them, me and Monika both just love. We could watch Elend, Vin, and Shan, Emily, Jackson, and Ryan interact all day. We
so
love their
fun to
dynamic.
watch.
So getting to see the three of them do their thing and during that scene was already really special. One of the elements that we introduced was lighting elements to signify emotional allomancy, because Shan Elariel is soothing Vin as she's trying to pull information out of her, and we would kind of pulsate the lights a pink. We tried it differently each night because I kept hearing people were confused by this. And we were like, we'll get it right. And eventually it was just like, I don't think this is working. But we really wanted to try to introduce a way to do the allomancy, especially with Shan.
And then Hoid, actually, to help clear up the confusion, Hoid even has a line in there when the lights are pulsating, because him and Kelsier are bringing in their own commentary and their narration as the scenes go on. And he says, a soother or perhaps something more.
Mm-hmm.
And then Shan introduces us to the next kind of segment, which is a professional ballroom performance.
So we knew we wanted to use the professional ballroom dancers to, show a powerful performance. And we had to figure out a way. Why are they there? Who are they? How we need a story reason for them to be there. At first, we were hoping to have them be representatives from the different houses. Like, this is the Lee Kyle dancers. These are the Elariel dancers. We realized we weren't going to be able to have the right costumes made that met the standards and the colorways of each house. So it would be confusing to people. And what we kind of came up with was, let's make Shan mean, and let's reference the story a bit. Let's remind people a tiny bit of the world outside and how dark it is, but also how easily overcome it is in the face of adversity. So the story we kind of crafted here was, Shan goes up on stage and says, we've dressed up Ska as nobles to basically as a joke to make fun of them. And she's like, we have this great entertainment for you, kind of jeering at the crowd. Let's see if they dance as well as their betters. Like the way she's saying it is so vitriolic and filled with venom. Oh my God, I just love Emily Whitcomb's performance so much. And then we have the 3 breathtaking performances by, I swear, my lighting director at one of the performances that were on the stage said that is the best male ballroom dancer I've ever seen in my life. And he worked for Cirque du Soleil for 12 years. Like, it was wild. The only thing, of course, that I had was this is the music that I want you guys to use, or some variation of it. And then the ballroom dancers would come back and be like, hey, this is kind of similar. Can we use this? And I was like, yeah, that sounds great. And then their performance is just, I mean, none of us had seen him until they rehearsed. And we were just like, I think we were all in tears. Like, oh my God, this is just amazing.
And they're professionals too. So it was like, you knew that, what are we going to say to them? You know what I mean?
Be honest.
Like, we trust you. Like, that's always a tenet of this kind of work too, is like, if you hire someone to do a job, you trust them to
Totally.
Trust your team.
Right.
They did it. Yeah, they rocked it. I loved the professional dancers. The way that I was actually situated in the crowd, I could see the cast of a shadow while I was looking at the ballroom dancers in the center stage. And so I happened to like just have this very unique view where as they were moving, their shadows were like dancing behind them. And it was just it was magical. I would just put it that way. Like, it was very cool because I was bouncing back and forth. I was like, this isn't real. This is real. This is happening in front of me. And like, I'm here in this place. It was all just like, it was mist-like because it was the shadows in the background. It was all very cool. And it's definitely beautiful to watch someone who's a professional like move their body and like what they can do. And we're going to get to that a little bit more with the action performers, but I thought these ballroom dancers really set the stage nicely for everybody.
And then our stunning dancers are interrupted by the Steel Inquisitors.
This was, yes, one of my favorite moments, because it introduces again the darkness. Like, don't forget, you are at the mercy of the Lord Ruler. You live because the Steel Ministry allows you to live. Like, like Monika said, we didn't have any villains last year. This was like a moment to really hammer the point home. And initially, we wanted the Lord Ruler to crash the party.
Oh man.
I know. Brandon himself did weigh in on that and was like, he was just like, I can't, like, he would never come to this party.
Yeah.
Even
this is beneath him.
No matter what,
basically.
Brandon Sanderson's like, I know this is an event and it's a live thing, and you have to mix it with the fun, but I just can't. I can't approve that. It's just, he would never. And we were like, okay, that's fine. We'll do the Steel Ministry instead. That's totally fine. But we had this moment when the applause. Shan Elariel has left the stage, by the way, and during the performances, she's getting more and more visibly upset. So what she does is goes and reports to the Steel Ministry that the ballroom dancers must be mistings
because of their skill.
There's no way any ska could be that good at what they're doing. They have to be cheating, essentially. So the Steel Ministry crash the party. The music cuts. I have chills. Like, oh my God, I just love that moment. The music cuts out. Everything goes to black. And then we come up with only red light in the room with this music that's a mix of the Harkonnens from Dune 2. I believe it was the Harkonnens. Colton, don't
got it.
If I'm wrong there. From Dune 2. And then mixed with the Baldur's Gate main menu theme.
Love it.
Like, we mixed all of these like, oh, like
right.
These chants, these like diabolic chants, and then just a really loud noise. I think it was like a door slam that was edited weirdly to like kind of give a jump scare, and the red light comes on.
And you could feel the energy in the room shift like very visibly and suddenly. It's like, I love having moments like that in a live event where it's like, yes, they expect the unexpected, and you coming in being like, oh, I can't wait to see how they surprise me. And so you're expecting to see something surprising, and yet you're still shocked by a moment like this.
Yeah.
Like, I love when it works so effectively, and it was just so much fun to watch and like be looking out at the audience, being like, oh, what'd you guys think? Like, yeah.
I really enjoyed the mix that was in the performance. As you're talking about, we didn't really have a villain last year. And I think in advance of the event thinking about something set in Mistborn Era 1, that's obviously a really dark
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of hard to imagine going and just like having a beautiful evening
Right.
in in Luthadel Era 1. Like, it's not really a great world. And I think you did the perfect balance of getting this juxtaposition between the nobles and their balls and this life that is still lavish and beautiful and has some elements of joy and fun, but we're still very much grounded in the world of Scadrial by having these kind of little hints at the wider world with the Steel Inquisitors there and the Obligators and this little interlude where they break in. It didn't diminish my, enjoyment of the evening. I thought it was a perfect creation of the world we're supposed to be in.
Thank you.
I was just going to say really quick, it was just also so fun to see as the sessions progressed too, to see the audience get more confident with these Steel Inquisitors. Because at first people are freaking out. It's just,
They're
they're
very
surprised.
confused. Yeah.
They're confused, they're surprised. And I think by the last session, we had somebody like yell out like, Lord Ruler sucks.
Oh, yeah, that's
Like,
right.
Fight the power.
Yeah.
It was great.
And this is when those misting cards come back into play. And I loved this part. And I actually heard people in the audience because they like call out Mistborn. And they're like, there's people in the crowd that need to come up. And it's based on the randomness of if you got a Mistborn card. And like, yeah, people behind me were like, oh, that's so cool. Like, I'm this one, but I could have been there. I could have been up there. And tell me about that decision to kind of like have people from the audience like enter into the actual performance.
This was a long like logistical plan for how do we get people involved in this. I mean, part of the thing with the misting cards was we didn't just want them to have the misting card, register and then take it home. It was like there's a way again to invite you into the experience with not just this is something physically that you take and then sign, like this can actually be part of the performance as well. So it's not just part of the event, it's part of the performance. And so there was a long conversation about how does that actually even happen. I remember we were talking about like, do we have them grab the Mistborns? Do we have them
logistically like you're Mistborn? What if you have oversensitivity?
Yeah, of course. It could have been anybody.
Like, there's so many things we went back and forth on, like, how do we encourage people to come forward? Oh, we'll write a note in the Mistborn card that says what to do. Oh, that's lame. How do we as Monika, as you're saying, so many back and forths on how to integrate the audience so there's a unique experience every session so that people aren't like, oh, I know exactly what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen just because your friend told you. Maybe you're going to be up there. What are you going to do? How are you going to change the story?
And I remember we almost even had Hoid choose a Mistborn in there to kind of introduce the cards, the concept of the cards, and say like, and you're a Mistborn, and hand them a card and then say to the audience, the rest of you will get your cards in there. And that would have been, I think, a fine introduction. I think ultimately we decided against it for a number of reasons because, it seemed unfair and who knows. And
would Jackson Dicker get swamped with people being like,
running up, me.
Exactly. Yeah. Or it's like, it's my wife's birthday. Can you make sure to pick her?
Gosh,
something like that, which obviously, we can't accommodate everybody. So it was just, they were mixed in randomly, like in the pile. And they were very rare. And I was personally putting them in there. Like we had our wonderful squires help envelope all of our misting cards. And I remember I did the Mistborn cards myself. I like put them all in the envelopes, like stamp them, everything. And then every session I would go in and like on each of the trays, because we had them ready beforehand, right? I would just go in there and on each tray would do like randomly 1, 2 in there, 1 in there. Like there's literally, I think at most there was like 10 cards handed out at a session.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun. And I think that, like you said, this is an invitation to join, but it does like bring up that question of how are they going to react? Who's going to go up there? You know,
Yeah.
what's the thing? They were taken aside. Can you explain what happened to those Mistborn?
Yes. So we had a truck in the back, actually.
That's what I thought.
No.
Steel Ministry
Abducted
style.
them.
Yeah.
We
They
abducted
took. What do you
them.
think those axes were for?
Yeah.
Got to remind people of the
So-
brutality of Mistborn Era 1.
I mean, it's actually really funny. I've heard a few different people talk about it online and like during their different reviews. And if quite a few have been like, I don't know what happened to those people. I never saw them again. And I'm like, you saw them again. There's just a lot of people there. They didn't go anywhere. Don't worry.
No,
So-
but it was like it happened kind of secretly because the show,
yeah.
you know, continues on, and as an audience member, you're maybe not necessarily tracking
Mhm.
Yes.
the group of Mistborn, which is appropriate. Like as a
Totally.
member of the nobility or whatever, an attendee at this ball, yeah, if a Mistborn gets apprehended by the obligators, you're never gonna see them again. Like you don't know what happened to them, so I feel like it's appropriate.
Yeah. And actually, it's funny you bring this up because this is another one of those things that really did take a long time to solve. It's like, okay, why are the Steel Ministry crashing the party? Why are they gathering Mistborn who are nobility? There's nothing wrong with that. Like,
Mhm.
why are they calling them out? And then what are they doing with them? Because imagine a Steel Inquisitor actor ushers you with 10 other people forward and then what, like takes you out a side door? And then does he break character in the back of house where the catering is? Is he like, hey guys, just
Yeah.
hang out for a little? Like, what do we do here? How do we make this feel immersive? How do we make them feel special without breaking through, the fourth wall? And ultimately, we landed on like, okay, the Steel Ministry are here in the first place because they have to be, because they witness everything. But the Steel Ministry booths are here because they're like scouting. They're like recruiting, like a military recruitment, at like a college. And so when they find out there's Mistborn, they're basically like, you look good. You look like you could join us. Why don't you come over here, sign up, register with, Steel Ministry.
Another really fun Easter egg, since we're talking about the Steel Ministry, is the logbooks that we had to register your different mistings.
Mhm.
Was the different pages had you had a space to write your name and then which misting card you got. And at the top, actually in red, Brandon wrote, no, not you.
I wrote a majority of it. We did have someone come in and help because
we
ran
had
out of time.
we
but-
had someone come in and help who did like really beautiful calligraphy script at the top, and she wrote in quotes from Rashik's notebook.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we specifically grabbed all of the quotes that Ruin altered
Mhm.
and then, had them written in red at the top.
and then the pages were torn as well.
Fun.
Okay, I like it a lot.
I love that.
So one station had the altered version that had the wrong quotes at the top, and I went and tore every single page in the bottom right corner, except the page where the Mistborn register, because Ruin can't touch Mistborn.
Oh.
The other book
Yeah.
had the correct quotes and no page tears. That was a fun Easter egg. We were like, there's no way anyone will find that.
Oh, and that was actually also a really fun thing that our Steel Ministry actors did as well. Like we didn't have a Mistborn page, I think, originally.
But we did. Abby's mom actually. Sorry, Abby's mom made the books. Dina Lautenbach, thank you so much. And she actually included the page without our knowledge. She made one and I was like, what is this cool looking page? And then Abby was like, oh, that's my mom put that in there for the Mistborn. We were like, that's awesome. You're the
Fantastic.
best, dude.
It
Yeah,
takes
so
takes a
she
full
made-
team.
Sorry. So the Mistborn, they actually got a vial of atium with a silver bead in it and a Worldhopper Ball 2025 commemorative enamel pin. So that
Okay.
was the gift that they got.
Got it.
And then they were basically told like, you'd be great to join the Steel Ministry. Let us know if you want to join our forces and enjoy the party.
Cute.
Love that.
That's so fun.
And that kind of dark segue, that change over to the Steel Inquisitor's arrival does shift the mood a little bit, which is appropriate for what is to come. Tell me if I'm missing a scene, but we are eventually going to get to the fight sequences and the Aerialist performance. Is there another scene that comes up in between the Inquisitor arrival and the eventual fight sequences?
No.
Okay, perfect.
We essentially go straight into that with Hoid and Kelsier coming on stage, darkening everything else to distract people while we set up all of the harnesses and rigs.
Yes. Oh, that was actually really fun. Jackson
Oh
Dicker was
yeah.
having
Yeah,
a
yeah,
ball with
yeah.
that one when he was just like, I'm so sad and tired and no, I couldn't possibly continue. And just like waiting for all of the
Milking it for
Yeah,
time. It was so
Mhm.
good. It was so funny.
He's like, give me another moment. And okay, I'm fine. And
Jackson Digger is the best distraction. It's just like for anything, it's just like, oh, just stick Hoid in here.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
we'll work around him, you know.
but
Like,
you're setting up a couple of things. One, there's like the teeter totter, there's seesaw. I don't know what they call it, but they have the teeter board, and they need some padding below because we're getting ready to have the epic fight between Mistborn Vin and Mistborn Shan
And a bunch of Hazekillers.
and a bunch of Hazekillers. I think
It's so epic. It's so epic. It was so good. I loved it so much. We've got all the like stained glass windows. The music is epic. You've got all the mist coming in, and then out from the mist, crash! Vin comes flying in, superhero landing, and you're just like, oh my gosh!
The way that we built the stage was for all of this in mind.
Mhm.
Like that was one of the reasons it was so enormous, why it was 44 by 21, with an elevation of up to 9 feet in the back. It was like, okay, we need that grand staircase at 9 feet so that Sophia can use a bungee to jump forward and
Right.
like crash through the window. Like
Yeah.
all those things are taken into consideration. We had the teeter board with the Hazekillers. We basically had the ground performance
Yep.
and an aerial performance. The ground performance was Vin with the Hazekillers. The aerial performance was Vin versus Shan. And we kind of opened with the Hazekillers. That's also how it's done in the books. So all the Hazekillers come out in gray, and they use the teeter board to kind of launch themselves, because that's like if they're lurchers or coin
Mhm.
shots, how that would kind of function. Originally, all of that was supposed to be on the stage. We had to move it down onto the ground because during rehearsal, that board started ripping apart the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
a lot
makes
of
sense.
forces.
Very, very heavy, and people, fully grown human beings are
Yeah,
jumping with all of their weight on it, and the stage just started coming apart. And so
Oh,
we were like, you
gosh.
know what? It's okay. We'll move it to the ground. They're going to be in the air anyways, but it would have been really cool to see that stay on stage. But you have to roll with the punches, of course. So we had, and for the aerial performance, we had actual harnesses for the first time. Sophia and Michaela were both, I think they had a maximum height of 21 feet off the ground, which is
Wow.
dangerous.
Of course.
So this required a significant amount of permitting and engineering and as much rehearsal time as we could possibly give them. They rehearsed in their own studio,
Yeah.
of course, but the safety concerns for this event, when you compare it to last year, the most dangerous thing was probably Cliff jumping off the 18-inch stage,
Yeah.
like doing his little backflip.
Yeah.
But this was like, we have two suspended human beings using a rig point in harnesses that are 20 feet in the air. You have to be so tight with safety, and that was always like the biggest priority for us during this time. And then, not to mention, matching every cue with our lightning flashes that we had mixed with the windows shattering that we had, and that the actors are hitting their marks, and that everything's coming on and off at the same time. This was by far the most complex portion of the night, by
There's
far.
so much going on, but I mean, from my perspective, it was so worth it.
Yes, it certainly was. I mean, I said this last year too. The Aerialists performance is incredible. It is like breathtaking in a way that they're doing something that, you just don't see in
Yeah.
your day-to-day life. And
And the fight, even just like the fight choreography
Wex,
on the ground.
right?
Yeah. Wex doing
When she slits
amazing-
Wex's throat.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
I was just
And
gonna
that's
say the
synced with the
brutality
music. Oh.
was I really appreciated that you allowed space for the brutality to exist, even in this, fancy event. Again, like we didn't have to pretend like Scadrial is not very violent and like dangerous. It was so good to see the full spectrum
Yes.
of Vin in the show, as Tyler was talking about earlier, in Vin's storyline really being about her embracing all aspects of herself, from the soft and feminine to the romantic to the killer. Like
Right.
Vin is a badass. And I really appreciated that we got to see all of that, including these really intense moments of Vin like slitting Wex's throat and killing Shan.
I just thought it was incredible. I thought that what you're saying is exactly on point. It was an unexpected way of showing the entirety of Mistborn in a 40-minute performance or
Yeah.
whatever the total runtime is. But like we got to see Vin have a meet cute, and we got to see the political situation with Shan and the ska and kind of like that aspect. And then we also got to see the fighting and the beauty in that chaotic fighting.
Mhm.
And I loved that all of that was delivered, because it's so much more, it's like what you would expect in a movie or a video game. You're like, of course I'm going to get to see all of these parts, but not necessarily in something like this. And so you guys delivered, and it was just really, really cool and special.
Thank you so much. I cannot tell you how, when we first broached this with Dragonsteel and said, how do you guys feel about like a full-on aerial Mistborn fight where we've got actors in the air? And they were like, can you do that? And again, we have to be a little delusional sometimes.
Yeah.
And we were like, we will figure it out, because that will be so unforgettable, so cool. And no one would expect us to be able to land that in this, 2.5-hour event.
100%. I would not have expected it to even be included in the event. And if it was included, like, who's to say the quality that it's able to be portrayed in, right? Because, like, we don't have magic in our real world. And yeah, I was stunned and just absolutely thrilled and enthralled with that entire sequence. Props to you. Huge props to you.
Props to Sophia too,
Yeah.
because she was the one who really was leading this whole group, and she really took charge in making sure that, that the fight was also true to the book.
Mhm.
She was
Yeah.
like reading the scene and said like, okay, and then this happens, and then this, then she fights like this, and then this person comes and attacks from the back. So she was really trying to stay true to the source material. And I mean, again, just a bigger shout out to everybody who worked on this, who was also such a massive fan, who also took it the extra mile. Because obviously, as the production team and Brandon, as the creative director, can say, like, yes, I want it to be immersive and I want it to be fantastic. And I trust you to make your part of that happen. And for that person to take that instruction and then say, okay, I'm a huge fan of this. I want to see this succeed. And this is how I can go even more true to the story and even more immersive to the experience and make it feel really authentic to Mistborn. And I just really appreciate that.
You guys knocked it out of the park, and this really does bring us towards the end. The story and the performance is moving to its conclusion, because these are canonical things. This like meet cute happened, everything kind of like did play out in the story, and then some things start to change and they start to shift. And the entire ending is something of your creation or Dragonsteel's creation. I'd love to hear how you thought about that moment, switching from the canonical to the imagined.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
This is our, I mean, I don't want to speak for both of us, but this is our favorite part, I think, of.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
There was a point when, you always have to think about the audience, right? And what their experience is. We've made a lot of references to like, this had to be an elegant affair. Like this, things have to be elevated and feel that way. We still have to reference the darkness in Scadrial in that world. I mean, at the very end of that fight sequence, Sophia is over Michaela's dead body crying,
Mhm.
and Kelsier gives her right then and there a moment that we never saw, which is his ghost hit her essentially her father figure in the spiritual realm, holding her and telling her it's going to be okay. That's how it started, was something small like that we were like, hey, this doesn't affect anyone or anything. Maybe we can just have Kelsier do something sweet. But then when we actually wrote the ending, when Dragonsteel had the ending written, it's really, it felt very abrupt. It was just kind of like Hoid and Kelsier come back out, and they're like, and that's how Vin and Elend met.
Oh
And
gosh.
it just didn't feel quite right for the
Yeah.
guest experience.
Yeah.
And I was very much in the mindset of like,
Let's leave them with something to remember.
This is a ball. This is a live experience. It's a live event. We are able to do something here that most other people can't do. We are telling a story by an unreliable narrator in the spiritual realm. Why don't we change the ending just for the night, just for this one moment? This started with Monika.
When I read the Mistborn trilogy, because actually I started with Stormlight first when Brandon introduced me to the world of Brandon Sanderson. But then I read the trilogy, the Mistborn trilogy, and Brandon was saying like, oh, you're going to love the ending. It's a perfect ending. It encapsulates so many things. And I was really looking forward to the ending. And then I personally, this is my own personal opinion, was really sad with the ending. I was really sad with how much Vin had been fighting all of her life and how much she had been just trying to survive her entire life, and how she never got that peaceful moment with Elend. She never got to just be with her husband and just enjoy her life. Like, it was always about survival to the very bitter end. And like I said, last year, there was a small little Easter egg that Brandon put in for me for the ball. And this year he put a really big thing in for me to change the ending.
And so it started with like, what if we could give people the ending that ends in joy and love and happiness? And because we're not telling the full story of them, I had this desire to kind of play their whole relationship out as it happened. And that actually came from during the pandemic when I played Red Dead Redemption 2. And for anyone listening out there, Monika was with me watching me play a bunch of it because it was COVID. And at the very end, there's the last moments of Arthur's life. Sorry, spoilers for Red Dead Redemption 2.
Probably didn't expect spoilers for a video game.
Like I said, though, I could draw inspiration from wherever it strikes. There's moments where he's riding his horse to his death, and you know it. And you watch all of these moments that you had as the character, and you made decisions. And the game is playing back to you those little snippets of the decisions that you made throughout your life, your time in the game, and how they affected where you are now. And it plays it all out in that one moment where he's riding the horse to his death. And that really popped into my mind of like, how do we show what these two people mean to each other? Because we don't get to see it. As Monika said, these are two people in love who are fighting for their lives, their entire existence. How do we show people in one brief moment that these two people are in love? And if given any other chance in any other scenario, they would have lived happily ever after and had the life that we wish for them. So that's where this started to come from. And I asked Dragonsteel if they would mind if we changed the ending, because we can tell it from the spiritual realm. And they said, that sounds interesting. What do you have in mind? And it started with, well, let's have the original ending where Kelsier and Hoid come on stage and say, and after that, Vin and Elend had they really took care of each other. But instead of kind of drifting away from that, Hoid would say, that's all well and good, but did they really never get to dance? And Kelsier says, not for a long time, but what if just for tonight they did, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And as he's saying that, the windows that were shattered, that are LED wall, reform. And we had these music effects, the sound effects. And there's 5 of them. And we're playing the theme, the transformation music from Beauty and the Beast, when the Beast becomes a prince.
I did catch that. I was like, why do I recognize this song? Oh, it's Beauty and the Beast.
And a piece of music has always resonated with me. It's so,
beautiful.
It's just so beautiful. And you feel a catharsis moment from it. And as that all happens, Vin and Elend come out onto the stage, and we pick up from the moment where earlier in the night, Elend asks her to dance and she says no. And then he kind of goes, I just wanted to dance with you.
Yeah.
We pick up from that moment. And instead of her walking away, he doesn't let her. He grabs her hand and says, dance with me, Vin.
I know, I'm feeling it too.
I'm going to cry. I know. He says, dance with me then. Make me better, Vin. And then we launch into the music that I cried running to so many months ago. Stargazing by Luke Faulkner.
Shout it louder for the people in the back.
And then we play out a beautiful dance that starts on stage, that goes out into the middle of the dance floor, and it ends up going back on stage.
Yeah.
And this dance is one that I felt like we could give them. There's a line in the 3rd book that really resonated with me when they actually do get their dance. The narration says, they danced to make up for 3 years lost, to throw their joy in the face of an apocalyptic world. Like, that's what I wanted so badly for people to feel. I wanted to give everyone a moment outside of reality, like a true moment outside of reality. We're already doing that in this ball. Just take it one step further. Like, let's give them a moment of triumph in a world without hurt. And that is how we changed the ending.
Elend Venture. There's something I've been meaning to tell you for some time. You read too much, especially in the presence of ladies.
And after the dance sequence, we have the actual end
The kind
of
of
these
final
characters.
tableau.
Yes, and it is iconic. I mean, I thought that the picturesque version of what we were left with was so good. I mean, I could just like see it and envision it, and it was perfect. And it is Sazed standing above Vin and Ellen as they're laying down. Tell me more about that sequence.
So that was really the turning of the knife. You know, we already wanted to deliver this moment outside of time and really make people feel something that they don't get to feel every day. We ended the dance scene. Vin and Ellen end with a kiss, and he gives her his handkerchief. There was a moment early on when I talked to Jackson, and he was like, "How do you want us to end this?" And I was like, dude, I don't know how you can do this. I have no idea how this is possible.
I remember like early on, actually even months before, we were talking, like before the music was chosen, before even like the script had been finalized. I remember we were chatting about the ball, obviously just like, you know, working on this every day. And I was like, Brandon, I don't know when this happens or how this even works, but like I think it would be very poetic, you know, because we both really want to go for the touchy feelies, or as Brand likes to say, twist the knife, you know, for the audience. And I was like, it would be really sweet if they ended, you know, on the dance floor, like laying down, you know, head to head, you know, and their arms kind of encircling around each other a little bit. But then I think that was scrapped pretty quickly because we were saying, okay, no one could see it again. Like, here's the issue once again from last year of like, if they lay down on the ground of the dance floor, only the people immediately around the dance floor get to see it. And the whole point is that we want everybody to experience this beautiful moment.
Right. And then we started talking about, and then squires could stand around them and drop marewell flowers. Like, it was so like, this is there's no way. And then we were like, well, if we do it on the stage, they're just going to see Jackson in Ryan's shoes. I mean, that's so we talked to Jackson and we were both like, this is something we really want to see. We think this is a beautiful way to end. Again, we're going through the moments of the relationship anyways. We're taking you through lines from the book that tell the story of these two lovely human beings. This is how they end, and this is how we want to end. And Jackson was like, I think I can figure this out. And
so him and Ryan went and brainstormed together.
And they came and grabbed us, and they were like, okay, we've got it. We know exactly what the beats are going to be. Because again, this is a concept idea that we wanted to float. We have no logistical way of doing it. And so the two of them together were like, this is how we're going to do it. And then they rehearsed it outside on the steps of the convention center that leads into the Grand
foyer.
Ballroom. And
so if you were there Tuesday night, you would have been able to see.
And that's where the idea after the kiss, Jackson picks up Ryan, ascends the steps, and then lays her down there. And essentially, what it looks almost like he's praying over her. He holds her hand, and his forehead is on his knuckles. And then we have Sazed enter. And originally, Sazed was going to enter at the very end before we changed it, just so we kind of a little tip of the hat for harmony. But once we started to build this moment, we wanted to really make it about love. And so we had to incorporate the line, they deserve a rest, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it was all tears around me in the audience. It was so perfect. I thought it was still a nod to harmony.
Yeah, it was everything. It made me think of
and it was
the way that Sazed like presided over their wedding. And then also this like, passing of the torch from Vin to Sazed becoming harmony. It was perfect.
we just wanted to do right by the characters, you know,
Yeah.
like, God, I really get emotional when I think about that moment and like what we kind of, where the place we wanted to go and take people, and how open to it our actors were and our production team were and our show team were, to getting into this really vulnerable, really intimate stuff, you know, that's not everyone's cup of tea, but everyone was into it. And we're so grateful.
Which really makes me also appreciate like the gravity of our positions in a way that you can take this source material and you can do something else with it, and you can expand on it, you can change it. That's something actually that in hindsight, I'm really glad that we didn't do another experiential novella this year. Not that I never want to do it again. It was just a really fun experience to be able to actually take the canonical work and make it seem like we are going through the canon step by step. You know, Hoid and Kelsier are taking us through the story, but then the end is the what if. And the end, and I think that even like regardless of how you feel about the trilogy of Mistborn Era 1, I think that everyone, like you're saying, Tyler, I think everyone responds to the fact that like, well, what if they got their happy ending?
It was a beautiful display of love, beautiful acting, you know, really iconic moment. I think that it did something with the audience that was greater in a lot of ways. Like, I loved last year. I've talked a lot about last year, but I think that what you were able to achieve this year was telling a story, the dynamic nature that we just went over, everything kind of like moving around, inviting people in, the dancing, the understanding of the full spectrum of the world. It then all concludes with this what if and this promise and this they deserve a rest. I think that it is a full story. It is something that begins with wonder, begins with us entering the world, and then ends with catharsis. And that is just why I love the Worldhopper Ball so much. Like, it was, in my mind, the Worldhopper Ball is like the sword's edge of Dragonsteel Nexus. It is
Yeah.
the fine point. It is everything that is possible. And of course, there's the weight of Nexus. There's 10,000 people. There's lots of organization. There's so many things, blah, blah, blah. But the Worldhopper Ball is able to cut through all of the nonsense and like deliver this, you know, truly cathartic experience in a way that few other things are able to do. So I'll say it again. I'll say it as much as I need to. Thank you to everyone involved. Thank you to all the actors. Thank you to the food and beverage. Thanks to Shan and the Ballroom Dancers. Thank you to the Aerialists and everyone, because you did something really rare in the world. And it's a true privilege to have been a witness to such a production.
Thank you. My God. Say more.
I will say more.
I just
we
love you
can't.
guys.
Yeah.
You're just wonderful.
No, I'm gonna say more by transition us, because I think we're in the last little bit here with Paladin Creative, Monika and Brandon. Thank you so much. There's things that we missed. There's things that are deeper secrets. But Brandon and Monika, give me rapid fire Easter eggs. What little things were still pinging around your imagination? Anything that you thought was too important not to say? Let me have it all right now. Keep it brief, keep it tight. I know you've got some secrets. Please give them to me.
Oh, we got secrets, and we would love to give them to you, my friend. I'll just rapid fire. A lot of people picked up on this. We did have conjure bones. Those were covered in Vaseline, and we did put them under a couch. I know quite a few people found them. Some people touched them, and they were like, "Why are these slimy?" That was Vaseline.
That's
everyone knows.
so
You're good.
funny.
It's supposed to be
It's
like
all safe.
conjure goo. The hidden messages on the blackboards we talked about. The books on the bookshelves we talked about. One thing I want to say about that, we had a vinyl printer, and we had all of the book names from the books. Every book that Elend references in the entire series, we had all those ready to go. Again, just ran out of time.
Oh man.
But like all of his like Trials of Monument or whatever,
Yeah.
those
Yeah,
are all
yeah.
ready to go. The ATM Geode we talked about, the Fabric Silhouettes we talked about, Voice of Ruin we talked about, 10 Soon Pop Prints we talked about,
We got a
Marewell
lot.
Flowers. We might have got covered.
I was gonna say actually the Marewell flowers. There's Brandon mentioned earlier that that there's like some Marewell flowers hidden inside the books. There's Marewell flowers that fell like on the LED screen when
Mhm.
Sazed is being harmonies at the very end of the performance. There's also, shout out to Jessie Thaxton one more time, she put Maribel flowers on the buttons of Kelsier's costume.
Oh my
Oh,
So
gosh.
he
amazing.
actually carries the memory of his wife
Mhm.
on his body.
Right. We had drawings of Maribel flowers that were hidden in certain books. We had metal signage made for the Steel Ministry booths. Oh, we didn't even talk about those. We had like these brutalist federalist, like if the interior of Sauron's tower was like a government building,
Yeah.
that's what we wanted it to look like. Those were the Steel Ministry booths. Those had metal signage because trust nothing that's not written in metal, and those had steel alphabet words on them that said submit, warning, endure, which we thought were kind of just like very Steel Ministry. And the warning was below the English stuff that said, warning, do not swallow your medals. Do not ingest this.
Makes sense.
One of my favorites that I don't think a lot of people know about are that we had guests were able to walk away with all 3 forms of investiture found on Scadrial. Allomancy, it was your misting vial. Feruchemy was your wristband. We had copperminds for over 21 because, smarter, you're older. And we had pewter mines, silver, for under 21 because, you're stronger.
Cute.
And the hemalurgy was the metal cocktail spike if you decided to let ruin tempt you and spike your drink. So you could have walked away with allomancy, feruchemy, and hemalurgy from the event.
Love it.
That's such a fun detail.
I was really happy when we realized we were heading that direction. We were like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I designed the wristbands for us this year, and we were just like talking about like, okay, like what, like last year we had them be blue or light blue or whatever, and we were like, what can we do? And immediately, I think our thoughts immediately went to like, wait, okay, come on, the copperminds, like Sazed's bracelets, like this is the obvious connection. Yeah, that was really fun.
Our stained glass windows, inside of the stained glass windows, there is a conjurer holding a contract. That is actually written in steel alphabet that says every line of the first contract, do not harm humans, whatever. I don't remember all of them off the top of my head, but we actually took the stances of the contract and put them in steel alphabet. Ridiculous, I know, but it was just fun. Why not? And then we also we weren't able to really include one of my favorite visual details in Mistborn are the blue lines that emanate from the character when they're looking for metal. There was really nowhere to do that. So we were able to integrate it in one area. It was in the food and beverage headers. If you look around them, they're kind of a stained glass look. And then emanating out are thick blue lines with golden circles at the end, which are supposed to be coins. And that was just a fun little detail that we snuck into.
Incredible. The attention to detail is so amazing.
It always blows me away.
Yeah.
Just like, we just happen to translate the full contract into the steel alphabet just to have up there. Like, isn't that 25 feet in the air? Like nobody's going to see anything.
It's either that or it's scribbles, you know? I'm like, we have to write something.
Of
Might
course you
make
do.
it cool.
And you go the extra mile, which is really, really cool. Beautiful. I love all of the hidden little bits, and what I want to transition us towards is kind of the team that brought this together, the people that made this happen. Obviously, Dragonsteel, Brandon Sanderson, everyone who was involved, Daniel Phipps, Isaac Stewart, and I know there's more that I'm missing.
Sean Boyles, Kellen Newman, Kara Stewart, the best team
The
ever.
dream team, as we said.
We wouldn't be here
when we
without...
took a picture together.
Yeah, we would not be here, of course, without Dragonsteel and the incredible Dragonsteel events team. So thank you guys for
trusting us once again to
Yeah.
play in your sandbox, in your worlds. Yeah.
But you guys also, you had more going on this year because people know that the Worldhopper Ball is a thing. They're expecting something that's being delivered on the daily to their phones, on their Instagram Reels or their TikToks. And you had more of that. And since the ball have had a lot of social media presence. And so I would love for you to talk about that side of the equation as well.
Absolutely. Social media was really something that we wanted to lean into this year because last year was so clandestine. It was the first time we had ever done it. And and in a way it was like, that felt appropriate for the time. But this year it was like, especially because there's so much that, as you're saying, there's so much that people miss out on. Not even everybody who gets to go to Nexus gets to go to the Worldhopper Ball. And so I think a lot of people online are looking at this, trying to piece it all together. Like, what even was this? It looks really cool. Hopefully that's what they're saying. And so this year we really wanted to kind of expand the audience beyond everybody who is there at the ball. Like, we have, over 3,000 people that attended, but that doesn't mean that you can't be experiencing the ball as well if you aren't able to attend. And so Jackson Brimrose, like, again, he keeps popping up everywhere. So we love him for it. He is, such a worker bee, so enthusiastic and such a supporter. He last year, when he was playing Adolin, him and the rest of the cast were making, funny TikTok videos, and that went online, and then they collaborated with our account on Instagram, doing all these fun things. And of course, it got the page a lot of attention and all these wonderful comments. And so he was like very smart about it. And he's like, okay, well, it seems like you like this. It was good for your business. And it, like, I would love to help you out with this. I would love to do this with you. And so basically he had demonstrated his value up front and then said, I can see the potential of this event. I can see the potential of where you are going, and I want to help boost you to get you there. And so he, gave us his proposal and said, this is what I think we can do. And so then I started working with him, and, he gave me a content calendar schedule. We started to strategize about different things, leading up to the Worldhopper Ball announcement. And then once tickets go on sale, all these different videos that we wanted to do. The really big thing for us too was announcing the characters that were going to be part of the ball. And then later on, once we had primed our audience to say like, hey, like, listen, we're going to have, Vin, Shan, Elend, Hoid, Kelsier, Sazed, all there. Now you're expecting it. Then later on, when it really got close, I think it was the weekend before the Worldhopper Ball, we announced who was in the cast. So there was so much lead up to this because the fanfare that we wanted to create was like this feeling of like a big movie coming out, like making it feel as though you're waiting on a movie trailer. You are getting behind the scenes footage of, how does this ball even come together? Who is even part of this? We had, behind the scenes videos about the costumes. We talked about, how we're transforming the ballroom, and then again, talking about the characters themselves. And it was just so much fun to do this. And again, a reason to invite more of an audience in and to spread the word about this Worldhopper Ball, because again, it's like, you have your own little corner of the internet and you're like, everyone must see this video. Like, this has gone viral, hasn't it? Or everybody's obsessed with Brandon Sanderson, just like we all are. And it's like, and it's just not true. And so that it was just really, really important to get this out there and to get people excited, to invite more of an audience, and again, create this kind of digital space to participate in this event. And that was just like a really big push this year that we really tried to do. A big thing that we did at the actual ball during Nexus was that we actually invited content creators to come in and get to shoot content themselves, which was really, really fun too, because like at the end, when people started posting videos, it was just like to see the variety.
It also gave us a really great opportunity to meet some great content creators, Cosmere content creators that we've only, talked to online.
Right.
We got to meet them in person. It's really fun.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I know about you, Brandon and Monika, that you're on the forums, you're watching everybody's, TikToks and reels, but you also have to keep a little bit of distance. You like can't dive into the fandom in a lot of ways that we, Brooke and I, get to enjoy, because it's just like, oh yeah, we're, hanging out with this person, or I invite these people to do like celebrity RPG, and like it's fun, but you, because of the specific role that you have and Paladin Creative has, you do have to like stay outside a little bit and like view in. And so being able to bring people in must have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and allowed for even more like ball related content to get made. And I want all the ball related content. It's such a fantastic way for folks who went to get to kind of relive it or get excited about it, beforehand. And for folks who maybe couldn't come to Nexus or couldn't go to the ball this year, like you said, Monika, to feel like they can still, see what happened and participate in a small way that it's not sort of like locked behind these secret doors of like, well, if you didn't go, then like you don't get to know. That
Right.
it really opens it up for the whole community in a really lovely way.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just, again, so fun to even be able to extend that hand this time to have content creators come in and have more of a intentional relationship with that. Again, shout out to Annie, actually Jackson's wife, Annie Brimrose. She helped arrange all the content creators to come in and like come and do like different sessions to shoot some content there, as well as bringing in a lot of the famous authors that were
Yeah.
also at Nexus, like Christopher Paolini and Matt Dinneman and Pierce Brown. It was just so wonderful to have them in there and just have fun with the space. Like, it's not just, you come for the session and like that's all the space is good for. Like, it is also like, let's expand on this. Like, let's invite more people in. Let's invite an audience. Just because you're not a fan of the Cosmere necessarily, or maybe you're not such a mega fan, but you love Brandon Sanderson's books, like this is something that you can experience as well. Jackson actually even backstage in the green room had set up like a little content corner for himself. So if you saw, there was a video that had gone live 30 minutes prior to the first session that Thursday night that showed silhouettes of all of our characters.
Yes.
And he had shot all of them there. Like, they had all done like, this
slow-mo.
slow-mo.
So good.
It was probably my favorite thing that you guys released.
Agree.
I think it was iconic. It was just so cool.
Stunning.
And it reminded me of, the gentleman, I forget the name that he does. He has the super high speed camera that he captures.
The Glambot.
Glambot. That's
Yeah.
exactly. And it reminded me very much of that, obviously, for the characters we're seeing in the show. But yeah, there was a lot of fun stuff. And as you said, it invites more people in, even if they're not able to attend. But you're doing that invitation in so many different ways. We've talked a lot about how the guests are invited in, but you're also doing that through social content as well. So I look forward to more things coming. I know that like the Dance That Never Was released as a YouTube video. And so like people can watch that if they would like to. We'll link it in the show notes of this episode. And going forward, are there any announcements that you would like to make about 2026, or is all of that too far in the future?
I think at this point, as of recording January 11th, I think it's a little too
It's
far in
early
the
in the
future
year.
to be able to say anything.
It's like you barely have gotten everything put
Yeah,
away,
you're like,
packed
we
up.
just finished, man. Like, let us have a break.
You deserve a rest, I think.
Tyler.
No, I was gonna say, well, first of all, it's so much fun to do this. Dragonsteel is the one that's going to be making any kind of announcement about
Got it.
these kinds of things. First of all, that would never come from us. As much as we love to put out social content and share all these wonderful behind the scenes, Dragonsteel is the one to go to for those kinds of announcements.
And then we come away from this beautiful moment, and the audience gets another chance to dance, but this time modern, real world dancing with DJ IRONEYES.
This is something that you brought from last year. And to be fair, like last year there was more dancing because the overall performance was shorter. And this year you brought in DJ IRONEYES. Is that considered an essential part now, or is it just, it happened twice, so it doesn't need to happen again?
I mean, I will never I will never commit to something forever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like DJ Stormbless was just such a highlight for so many people.
It was so good.
That it was so much fun. And when we were going through how to end this year, DJ IRONEYES. Like, there was another point when we were trying to do like a different person from the crew. There was like DJ Lil Breezy. There was all these different like crew names. DJ Sleeveless for Ham,
So funny.
or whatever. I think it's safe to say that we are very drawn to having in-world, lightly dressed up, fun DJs at the
I
end.
love it.
And we're going to do our best to include it.
That sounds great.
Incredible.
I got to do the logo again for
Yeah.
DJ IRONEYES this year, which also just to be transparent, was created on site.
Um,
and
Our secrets.
These are the secrets you
I
didn't want to
mean-
tell. But no, this is the reality of production.
This is the reality of production. It was a lot of fun. I thought that and also DJ IRONEYES has his own Instagram account. Just want to shout that
I
out.
saw that.
If you liked your DJ, go give him a follow.
Nick, our DJ, really committed. I was shocked. He was like, "Oh yeah, dude, I made an Instagram account. I put videos." We were like, "You didn't need to do any of that, Nick. Thank you. My goodness, it's amazing."
I do think it's fun. I think the element of dancing at the end with everyone, not to like put more pressure on the cast, but like seeing them come out, and Jackson Brimrose like really knows how to end an event. But I just feel like there is something about a community that is created through dance that is important, and it locks everything in for the night. At least for me, I know it's not for everybody, but I think for the people that commit to it and are willing to commit to it, it is just like a fun aspect of the night that
I mean,
brings
they
everybody
played
together.
Golden, so it's for everyone.
It is for everyone.
We always opened with Golden.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, because we had a lot of people being like, "Oh, I really hope you guys play Golden." I don't know if you're seeing this comment, but I hope you play Golden. We committed to playing Golden, I'd say within
Months ago.
a week after K-pop Demon Hunters came out, and I listened to that every day, multiple times a day, and I was just like,
We're 10 steps ahead.
It's
I don't
a
know what we're doing with
banger.
this.
Yeah.
I think I
Oh,
did come to you in
that's
like
great.
August, and I was
You
like,
did, you did.
"Hey, I know this is like already on your mind. It's no big deal, but I do think it would be a miss if you did not play Golden."
And you were like, we're playing
He's
Golden.
like, "Well, yes, we are definitely playing Golden.
You're the 100,000th person.
Yeah.
to
You're
tell
not
us.
We're
unique,
opening.
Tyler."
We're opening with Golden, and we decided to close with "Welcome to the Black Parade" again.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
man, I just love
You
that
love
song.
it so much. That's fantastic. The dance is always really fun, and it does just kind of cement the night for everyone. I want to thank both of you, and I want to give you the opportunity to thank the crew and kind of like mention anyone that we have not already. I want to just kind of like pass it over to you for a final goodbye.
Just thank you to everybody who worked on this event with us, from Salt Palace Convention Center, from the venue, to all of our amazing actors, all of our amazing dancers, the aerobatics, the string quartet, our show team, wardrobe department, our creative team, the production team, our on-site support freelancers, and all of our vendors, whether you were local in Salt Lake City or you came out from LA with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
It truly takes so many people to put on an event like this.
Want to make sure that we give a big thank you to Sarah Seligson, who is our executive producer. She is one of my close friends. We've worked together on so many massive projects. She's an absolute wizard with logistics and running, the day-to-day operations of how to handle the vendors and the load-in and the management of the event. Me and her worked on stuff for Bethesda together, and we've done Super Bowl stuff together, and we've been through kind of everything. And when you find that person that you can count on in the darkest of moments, you don't let them go. So Sarah, thank you again for another incredible Worldhopper Ball.
I wanted to do a quick shout out to all of the squires that worked the Worldhopper Ball. You guys were absolutely instrumental during load-in as well as during the event. If you guys remember, they were also handing out the cards at the beginning when you walked in, and they, were an extra set of eyes and hands for us during the event. So thank you guys so much for being such a big help. Your enthusiasm and your willingness to jump in and get the work done does not go unnoticed. And to anyone out there who is interested in getting involved with the Worldhopper Ball, I highly suggest looking into Dragonsteel's Squire program. You get to be backstage, you get to help make it happen, and again, it is such a wonderful, wonderful help to all of us here at Paladin Creative. So a big thank you to all of the squires.
I also want to make sure we give a quick shout out to our friend Alex Locke, who designed and created all of the leather gear that was worn by our talent and performers. So that's Kelsier's Mistborn belt, Hoid's kind of harness satchel situation, and then the Mistborn belts for Shan Elariel, the Aerialist, and Vin, the Aerialist. If you're hearing this, thank you very much, buddy. We really appreciate your time and your service, and you did a great job.
And obviously, thank you to the client, the most important person in the room, Dragonsteel and Brandon Sanderson himself. I was just going to say that, the event is an ephemeral thing, and something that we always think about is what is the lasting impact of this? And something that really hammered it home for me was we were loading out on the day afterwards, like Sunday, and I was ripping up the kind of spike tape that we had on the ground, to delineate where everything was. And for the most part, it's just kind of like this mindless kind of picking up and whatever. And then at the very end, I saw the tape where Brandon and I stood every night at every session backstage waiting for Hoid to announce us, to usher us back out on stage. And it really brought home this feeling of, I am right here. I'm here right now. And yet the event is not here. This was less than 24 hours ago. And so it really cemented for me in that moment how important it is to create an event that has an emotional impact, because all the event can do is live on in your photos, videos, and in your hearts and your memories. And if you do not do that, then it's just something that has existed and disappeared for the rest of time. And that is something that we really take home in the work that we do, because it is so wild to be in the same space that you were in less than 24 hours prior and have that place not be there anymore. And I hope that the experience that everybody has at this event is something that feels worthwhile, feels fulfilling, feels like it's transported you, feels like it made maybe one of your favorite book series come to life, because it moves on. And it is something that is only a memory now, but hopefully is something that really left an emotional impact with our audience.
If you have the ability to craft a moment for somebody, it is your duty to do so.
I think that's the perfect place for us to say our goodbyes. Congratulations once again. You have broken your own record in creating the longest episode of the podcast. And
we couldn't be happier about it.
Oh, yeah. It's a record that needed to be broken, because this was bigger. This was better. This was more grand. And I think it told a story that will live on with people and will stay in the hearts and minds, and a story that will be told throughout the community. I was there at the Worldhopper Ball, Mistborn 2025.
Yes.
And this is what we saw and this is what we felt. And I found the conjure bones with Vaseline all over them. And I touched them and they was gooey. And all of that stuff is part of the continuing story and the community aspect that I think is so important about the Worldhopper Ball and about Nexus.
It really is being able to step into the spiritual realm, basically, and live through a vision that is both real and unreal at the same time. It's a completely magical experience that exists in the real world, which is crazy and incredible. And we will just never stop saying thank you for the work that you do and the incredible thought and care that you put into every detail of the experience. And all of that is because you have so much love for the entire community, for every individual within the community. And that is just something that the world needs more of. So thank you both so much for the event. Thank you for being on this podcast for many, many hours again.
Yes.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Guys.
Thank you, Brandon and Monika. It has been a pleasure, a privilege, and an honor. And we look forward to everything that you do in the future.
We would love to close out in the same way we always do with the first ideal. We would love it if you all would share that with us. And so,
Brooke, can you take us away?
Until next time, life before death.
Strength before weakness.
Journey before destination.
I'm sorry for taking so long.
You're worth the wait.
This is not an easy time in which to love. That does not mean that it has to be a difficult time to love.